Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? Surprise, I'm here. I'm actually here. Music. There we go. Yes, so, hi, last minute, I know. I originally wasn't gonna be able to stream today. We do normally do our Saturday night streams. It's kind of a thing. But luckily, wifey got out of work early, so I'm here. So we're live. Simple as that. That's why the short notice. I couldn't guarantee, and I didn't find out till relatively recently. So what we did yesterday, we're gonna do today. More pekk. More pekk. We're gonna try the pekk again. We're gonna try a few different things. We're gonna try a few different things to try and increase our odds of success. The first thing is I'm gonna put fresh glue stick all over this bed because it turns out glue stick worked pretty good with the pekk. So we're just gonna slather up this bed with a little bit of that little good old glue stick. And we're being serious tonight because we're using import glue stick, right? We're using foreign import glue sticks. And you know we're being super serial when you bust out the pekk-a glue stick. I can't speak Czech. Fun fact. So, got that. This printer has been heating up for the better part of an hour. How Smurf stressed am I? Not as much as I was this morning. I spent a bunch of time today getting things ready. I've got pretty much all the clothes I'm gonna be bringing, like for packing and whatnot, all kind of good to go. Ooh, that's hot. Kind of good to go already. Everything's in the wash, so it's gonna be like, it comes out of the dryer and then I throw it right in the suitcase. So there's that. There we go. Now, hey Steve, how you doing? I see you put a hole in your garage. Yeah. Using CF plates if you have them. I do not. Actually, I have one, but I don't know how real of a CF plate it is. And I really don't want to bother redoing the Z offset. Also, we found out that the glue stick works just fine. The glue stick, it stuck just fine yesterday. But we did run into issues. So we're gonna change a few things. And the first thing is, also, in case you didn't realize, hi Americans, happy after Thanksgiving. So since it's officially after Thanksgiving, deal with it. We're listening to the Stream Beats Christmas playlist now. So, I think what did us in yesterday was this Bowden tube. So, oh wow, this Bowden tube is destroyed. Oh yeah. So, this is my dry box. All I have in here is this little fancy filament spool holder that's like just a generic one I printed, and a bag of desiccant, okay? And we kind of got ourselves screwed over yesterday because I think what ended up happening was the filament is very taut and sticky. It's carbon fiber filled pekk, so it's pretty abrasive. And this Bowden tube is a standard size Bowden tube. So I went and did a little looking around, and I found some of this. This Bowden tube is certified. Insert a joke about your mom. Simple as that. So I'm hoping we have a lot less friction issues with this. Also, I'm going to feed it enough so that there's no room for the filament to kind of pop off the spool. Also, I've had this spool of filament in the dryer running non-stop since the stream ended yesterday. So this should be, minus the dog hair, pretty dry stuff. Hopefully. The only thing is, I hope it didn't actually get tangled. So, that goes there. Oh, this stuff's it's so stiff. I really don't like working with it. There we go. Nope, don't jam. Don't jam. Don't jam. It's jammed. It's jammed. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It is so stiff. Like, I can't really do anything to keep it from doing this. Like, it's all tangled too. Like, what a mess. What a mess. And of course, you got to kind of like, you know, if this stuff wasn't 30, well, once you factor in taxes and shipping, once you factor in this stuff's like 50 cents a gram, you kind of don't want to waste any of it. Hello from France. Bonjour, et tu bien? C'est nuit. Shouldn't you be like sleeping or whatever sleeping is in French? I can't remember what the word for sleeping is. Dormez. Shouldn't you be I don't know. My French ain't good. Okay. There we go. And I screwed up. Dorme is sleeping. Et tu hippie? Well, I can't even cut through the filament. There we go. That took 2 seconds to get all, like, in 2 seconds. In literally 2 seconds, it's gone back to that. How are you supposed to feed this without it turning into a complete shit show? Like, how are you supposed to feed this? How? Like, it's like, zip tie the spool. What do you mean zip tie the spool? How do I zip tie the spool? It has to unravel. Like, this is just, it's so tangled. It's so tangled. Like, this whole thing is tangled. There we go. Okay. No wonder why we had jamming issues yesterday. Oh my God. So how y'all doing today? Don't forget, every stream we give away a spool of Polymaker filament. Link in the video description. Enter for your chance to win. I'm probably gonna bust into the alcohol pretty soon. I'm having a great time. And it broke. And it broke. Well, at least it breaking sorts out this issue. Maybe if I try the other one. Oh, fuck. God damn it. God damn it. Really? zip tie through the middle around. But how does it come out? How do you get the filament out? Do you just like leave the zip tie loose? Like how do you keep it from? I could put it on a bigger, I'm not redoing an entire spool. This is stressing me out. This is stressing you out. I'm the one doing this in front of 250 people somehow. So, oh my God. What an absolute nightmare this is. I think I knew why we had issues on the stream yesterday with printing this. Loose around the spool center over the outside. Okay. Try not to get this to kink again. Leave it loose. Everyone take a drink. Everyone take a drink. And also like the smash button. If you want to help support the channel, the content I create, and the things I do, consider becoming a channel member or a Patreon supporter. Or check out some of the links in the video description. I know it's not Black Friday anymore, but some of them might have sales. Doesn't hurt to check. Leave it loose. Okay. Okay, so what? So I get a zip tie. I put it through here. Hopefully these are, I don't know if these are too short. That's not long zip. There's Andrew, $10. Cheers for your pain. For my French bread? Okay. So apparently, if I put the zip tie on and leave it loose, so it can do that, it'll hold it together. So apparently this is a thing where you leave a zip tie on it loose, and it, well, here we go. Is there a bat signal for Polymaker? I don't know. We're not printing with Polymaker today, so. If you do through the hole. Oh, it's gonna be a scuffed night. I mean, to be fair, this is the Saturday night stream, and usually on these Saturday night streams, things do get a little entertaining. I'm not gonna deny that. So this is kind of the norm to an extent for the Saturday night stream. We do usually have these little fun things happen. Put you front and center. Okay, loosen this as much as possible. Fireball time. Fireball. I don't know if that feels right. Are you going to bed, Calvin? Yeah. Okay, good night.
The floor is cold.
The floor is cold? Yes, it is. It is cold in here.
Why you wearing shoes?
I'm wearing shoes because the floor is cold. Why are you barefoot? Are your feet cold?
Yeah.
Well, if your feet are cold, you should probably go inside, eh?
Not yet though. I will walk.
Come on. Uh-oh. Oh, please tell me I don't have a piece of filament stuck in there. I'm hoping we don't have a piece of filament stuck in there, but we might. So let me heat up this nozzle here. Keep that cold. We're letting all the heat out. So a Revo Voron will happily print for one with no fan and a heat soak V2. Yep, schlonky dong. It'll actually print longer with PLA in an open air environment if you have like an unenclosed open air environment. Modern heat sinks are surprisingly efficient. It's actually quite surprising. My Canadian is showing A. Oh no! Y'all are finding out about the country I've lived in for the past 35 years. Oh lordy. Okay, I'm hoping I can do the thing where you shove the little piece of filament that's just kind of hanging in there out. I'm hoping that's kind of what we can do. I really don't want to have to take this bloody thing apart to get a little speck of filament that's stuck in there out. Because that's going to be annoying. Also, apparently this stuff is fireproof, so we're going to try that because content. Okay. Oh, I think we're good. I think we're good. I feel mushiness. Ah, we're good. We're good. Okay. Okay, let's extrude. 25 millimeters, extrude. I've lost my camera. The inside camera died on me. But that's working. Sweet, that's working. Okay, awesome possum. Okay, turn this off. Extrude another 25. And then we're going to retract 5. There we go. Turbo, fireproof until I get my hands on it. Yeah, let's drop the pointy sharp scissors right on the power. And for those wondering, this is a Revo high temp is the nozzle we're using. So I'm gonna let the heat build up in there for a minute. In the meantime, where did I put it? I had the boat that we smushed somewhere. And I don't know where I put it. I had it here. It was on this bench at some point. Where did I put it? Where did I put the boat that we printed yesterday? Did I put it up top? Nope, this isn't it. Dang it, where'd I put it? I had it. I literally just saw it like a minute ago. Be careful with dropping those scissors. That's how I lost my leg. How big were the scissors that you dropped? Is it under the printer? I think I might have put it. No, it's not under the printer. I just had it. I literally just had it like a minute ago. Where the heck did I put it? Did I put it in my pocket? Nope. I got my fire stick here. Well, I guess we'll just have to print something else. Oh, nope. Nope. Where the frick did it go? I'm totally not killing time because we're waiting on the chamber to heat up. I had it. Oh, found it. Okay, so let's do some science. Science rules. Okay, so for reference, we got some references here. So we got ABS, we got that. Got my welding glove. I've got a bottle of water here. Ugh. I need a PLA print. This is PLA. Okay. So for reference, PLA. Okay, good old PLA. It's on fire. Well, actually, it kind of self-put itself out. It's on fire. This is why friends don't let friends print drag chains out of PLA. It is not good. I'm gonna put it on here. Okay. Next, we got ABS. So what happens if we hit ABS with fire? So ABS burns. Good vintage, good vintage. So ABS burns, PLA melts and then will eventually burn. I would show PETG, but let's be honest, we don't print with PETG around here. So now we have pekk, carbon fiber pekk. Smokes, it glows. Like it actually glows hot. And then as soon as you take the fire off, there's no fire. Yeah, it self-extinguishes. Literally burning money right now. Exactly. And then if you're wondering about the glass filled, because I do actually have a failed print right here of glass filled. Probably shouldn't be doing this over all my electronics. So I'm gonna do it here so this way if it droops down, it droops on the concrete. So this is the glass filled high temp nylon. And I'm pretty sure it's self-extinguishing as well. So it's caught fire. It's smoking. Maybe it'll burn. Self-extinguishing. It's just the skirt is catching fire and then it's self-extinguishing. So, sifts the smoke. I've got a fan over there blowing, so the air is moving in here. And let's be honest, I smoked for a decade and also worked in a tool and mold shop. Also, I did Canadian Forces stuff for a bit. So there's a whole bunch of shit in my lungs already. Let's be honest. They already screwed. You know what it smells like? It smells like birthday in here. It smells like birthday in here. It smells like birthday candles. On today's episode of Nero Burning. Yeah, so you know you're in for a great stream of content when we've devolved already into, I'm gonna just light some shit on fire and see what happens. Yeah, you know you're in for a great night of content when we start with me just lighting shit on fire and seeing what happens. Okay, how's that? Okay. What are we printing today? I kind of want to try the benchy again, but to actually be kind of fair, I kind of want to do a actual, test, like a hook test or something. Isn't there like a hook test? Test hook. There we go. The CNC kitchen one. That's what I wanted. There we go. Download. Okay. We'll open up Orca Slicer. Test hook V2. There we go. Okay. So this is with our pekk profile. Strength, we are printing this. Not crazy strength. What is it? 2 walls, 15% infill. This is like standard settings, right? So what do we got? We got 2 walls at point. Oh, actually, it recommends 0.25 layer height. So we're going to bump it up to 0.25. So 0.25 layer height for everything. We've got 2 walls, 5 top, 4 bottom, 15% infill. That I think is good. Can you get a current through pekk? Maybe. I don't know where my multimeter is at. I don't think it's conductive. It's not, nothing on the page about it said anything about it being conductive. So I'm inclined to believe it's not. They actually make specific filament that is conductive. I would say that would probably be your better bet to try. Yeah, my camera's not working. Test hook. Upload and print. There we go. Yeah, the webcam's being a butt. Yeah. Yeah. The webcam in here is like literally the cheapest Raspberry Pi cam, and the ribbon cable's kind of eh. Conductive filament equal pricey. Yep. Okay, after that. Yeah, we're in Nero After Dark at 8:30. You know it's gonna be a fun one when. I mean, if you shove 5 amp through it, does it glow like a light bulb filament? I don't know. I mean, we could try. Do I have any 9-volt batteries? Doesn't even smell like burnt plastic. That looks like marshmallow. Okay. Yeah, my stupid webcam is dead on here, which sucks. Oh well. But it's after dark, yeah. Do you see the Costa Peak? I know I saw the Costa Peak. I'm actually surprised. The reason I was slightly late, I was actually going to be on time today, but OBS is like, hey, do you want to update? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll totally hit that update button 2 minutes before I go live. What's the worst that can happen? Turns out, absolutely nothing. It took a minute for it to update, and now we're good. So. How did I get this to work last time? I had this a lot closer, didn't I? Oh, no, I did this. That's what I did. Okay, so spin this way. Nope, that goes here, that locks, and then that goes like that. And I think that's what we did. There we go. Watching progress bar is like the install of virus in Office Space. But yeah, I think I'm all ready for Smurf. I think I've got pretty much everything ready. I've got all my electronic stuff there. I just got to put in the backpack. I got to put some videos on the laptop because I'm flying across the ocean. So what gamer subs is my favorite? It's kind of a mixture between sometimes blowhole blast I go for, and sometimes normally brand risk, but I'm all out of brand risk. That's kind of my go-to. I have a single printer clipper install that up until recently worked normally. Now when I connect using the IP, it asked me to select a printer. My other printer still works normally. Ideas? Did you update anything? You might have to, because on these printers you can depending on your version, you could run multiple printers through the same interface. I've seen that issue come up. Did you recently update it? Anime thigh highs? Anime thigh highs ain't too bad. I've tried the sample pack of it. I just don't know if I'd buy a whole tub of it. That's the only thing. Like, I'm in Canada, so a tub of it's like $40 plus a bunch of taxes and shipping that screw me. So I usually don't bother with it. Michael, I know what that issue is that you're talking about. I just can't remember what causes it and how to fix it, because I had that happen to me before. I would suggest just asking around in a Clipper Discord or the Voron Discord and see what people say. Oh, it's sticking. It's sticking. Yes, we're printing slow. This is pekk. And I forgot I have a skirt on. Oh well. Skirt with a raft. I see a line. Yep. We're going to be watching a line go down for a bit. Okay. What speed is this? Yes. Why printing with a raft? Because with engineering grade plastics like PEEK and pekk and whatnot, getting them to stick to the bed is kind of a problem, and getting good first layers is kind of a problem. We found yesterday, we did a bunch of testing yesterday getting prints to stick. We just had better luck printing with a raft with this material. It just works better with a raft. First layer is going down to 5 millimeters a second. We get faster. This material apparently can print up to 90 millimeters a second. We are running at some pretty conservative speeds right now. 5 millimeters for the first layer, because I can always, it's easier to take a print that's printing successfully and bump it up incrementally until it starts to fail than to start with a failing print and trying to slow it down to that. The skirt ain't thing. I'm not too concerned about the skirt. I'm not too concerned about the skirt. As long as the raft sticks, and the raft stuck pretty good yesterday. So I'm not too concerned about the skirt. I may have to update the, whatchamacallit. How is that looking? Yeah, that last little bit in the back didn't stick. You know what? Oh, I think, oh, you know why? Yesterday we dropped the offset a bunch and I didn't save it. Oh, no, it does have the Z offset dropped. Okay, let's drop that offset a bit more. Let's smush that into the bed. There we go. Yeah, we got new glue stick on all the bed right now. Problem is I can't open it either. So what is that? Is that just yeah, that's just a little bit dribbling. Yeah, no, we lost it. We lost it. We lost it. Okay, let's pause. Stop that. Boom, boom. Where is my pliers? My tweezers. There's my tweezers. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see what the damage is. Yeah, it kind of stuck. Yeah. So now we know where it's at. You know what? While it's doing that, I'm just going to do a bed mesh, just because it's been a while. Console height map. Calibrate. Wait. Abort. Clear the bed mesh. Calibrate. Calibrate. I'm going to run a bed mesh, because the last time a bed mesh was actually run on this machine was billions and billions of years ago, probably. Clean the nozzle. Nozzle's fine. Surprised I don't have camp on it. I just haven't gotten around to it. This machine, most of my machines, I really don't keep up to date on like the newest, greatest updates, because I'm very much a, if it ain't broke, don't mess with it. Like this machine ran, like this is running new Clipper now. This is actually running Clipper 11 finally, I think. Yeah, we are running Clipper 11 finally on this machine. But I don't have camp on it. Because I usually don't have to bother. But this machine, with how hot the bed gets, having a bed mesh might be a good idea. Do I have 3D lack in Canada? No, I do not. I don't even know what that is. I do have some Vision Miner on the way. Apparently somebody's sending me some. So we'll have a little bit better chance in the future. But for now, we have to make do with what we got. How's this height map looking? Oh yeah, yeah. So let's save that. Oh yeah, that explains it. Okay. So I'm gonna change it up. We're gonna go to a 10 millimeter a second first layer instead of 5. So let's try it again. Get out Monday. Sweet. I use the North 3D stuff, works. Yeah, this stuff, the Northprint 3D stuff has worked. I literally I season all my beds with this stuff. And it works great until we tried pekk on it. Pekk doesn't work on it. Claims their adhesive works on bare steel. Well, this is bare. Well, okay, wrong camera right now, but this is bare steel. Any tips to slow down clipper speed? Adjust the settings in your slicer. Your speeds and feeds. Usually, the way I set up my printers and how I recommend people set them up is your firmware speeds are your theoretical max, okay? So when you set up your speeds and feeds in your slicer, you know, in here, in Clipper, in your printer.cfg, these speeds right here are like your absolute speed limit. When it comes to actually adjusting your speeds and feeds, it's in your slicer. Getting my K1 tomorrow, pretty excited, but also pretty nervous with it being Creality. Planning a benchy and to root Clipper. Yeah, if you got a K1, root that shit, get Creality's crap off of it and put normal Clipper on it. Makes it a much better, more capable machine. It annoys me to no end how many companies just like want to slap their own butchered version of Clipper on it. Okay, right now in chat, somebody let me put the name of a company that has a printer that's running a butchered version of Clipper that the company came up with that's better than standard Clipper. Somebody let me know which printer is running Clipper, that their version of Clipper is better than stock Clipper. Saval. I've used Clipper on the Savals, but I haven't used any of the Savals with Clipper. But are they running normal Clipper, or are they running their own shitty version of Clipper? I'm talking like Creality's bastardized version of Clipper that apparently doesn't even have baby stepping in the web UI. Like the web UI doesn't have baby stepping. Elegoo clipper might be the word. Yeah, like, I don't get why these companies waste the time and money to make a shittier version of just an existing open source form. Just use normal Clipper, RatOS. Okay, RatOS technically, because RatOS is RatRig is a private company. RatRig is an actual private company. Creality did add power. I don't trust power loss recovery with them anyways. Power loss recovery is only worth it for like if your power flickers. The problem is you can't do power loss with Clipper properly. There's no way, because the problem is Clipper sends batch commands. So how do they get around the fact that if your print, you know, your power flickers mid-print, the MCU, the Raspberry Pi doesn't know where the MCU is at, because there's no feedback. There's no feedback. Dragonflame, $10. Good luck on the print. Thank you. Just buy a UPS. Yep. Cheaty Clipper is worse because you can't even root it. Yeah, I'm not using any of the cheaty machines right now. Just so you guys kind of know. The cheaty machines have been kind of retired. They got a little annoying to work with. There we go. Oh, I think we're good. No, where'd you go? Where'd you go, line? Gotta smush it down more, smush it down more. Well, the Annex K3 just runs normal Clipper. Like, Annex isn't a company, it's like Moron, it's just open source. So there's like a high spot in the back there, it looks like. Will a 100-watt power supply work for a Trident using 48-volt for AB motor? I mean, if that 100-watt power supply is only running the 48-volt AB motors, then yeah. That skirt is looking like shit. But I think I finally got the offset dialed in. So I'll see how this line goes. If this part kind of goes okay, I'll start and restart it. No, that ain't fucking sticking. That ain't sticking. Why aren't we sticking now? It was sticking before, and now it ain't. Okay, that line's stuck. I mean, this worked, and now it don't work. Okay, you're sticking. Okay, you're sticking. Okay, okay, maybe I just need more glue stick. Because some of these are sticking pretty good. Nozzle as much as I can. Okay. Turn the motors off. More glue stick, more glue stick, more glue stick. Okay, try this again. Try it again. If it works, it works. If it don't, oh, we're here all night. I mean, what do you guys got? Anyone got anything going? English. I speak English sometimes. Any y'all got something exciting going on tonight? Anything exciting going on tonight I should be aware of? I don't think anything is going on. I mean, other than this stream. Okay, what is going... Is my floor just that uneven right here? I think my floor is just crazy uneven right here. Yeah, my floor is just crazy uneven right here, I think. Okay, what is... I'm sorry, 1 second. What the fuck's going on with these legs? Okay, those legs are fully extended. Do I got a leg that's not extended on this? Is that why it's being all uneven? Because, you know, if you want quality, you got to use the absolute cheapest camera stand you can buy on Amazon. That's how we roll here. There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't think I glued enough area. Well, I glued the area where the actual print takes place. That's all that matters. There's a big blob hanging off there. I'm hoping it disassociates. 5C more hotter. I can't really. I can't. I've got the fuse is rated for 135. The fuse is rated for 135. Technically, I could probably go into the settings, go into the clipper settings, change my max temp from 125 to 130, and then run the bed at like 128, and we might be okay. Come on, stick. That looks like it's sticking. I think we're okay there. Okay. Higher on the hot end? It's 390 on the hot end. It's as hot as it recommends. Fun mat at 160 on the bed. Unfortunately, this isn't a fun mat. This is a, this is not a fun mat. So that's the thing, like the fuse is rated for 135. If I get a little close to that, I'd be worried. You should add RGB to the hot end. Well, yeah, like if I had RGB, it would be more efficient. So. Ambient temp might be affecting the temp. Oh yeah, that's why I can't open the door. Because remember, the temperatures you see on the chart there, like the chamber temp, isn't an accurate temperature. Like that chamber temperature that you see there, the 45.2, that's just what a random thermistor I kind of shoved in the side reads, and I don't think it's accurate. If I was remembering, I would have put my actual like room temperature thermometer in here, but I forgot. So I forgot. Somebody was asking, what am I drinking? Some Johnny Walker tonight, actually. What thermistor? The kind I bought a 10-pack in a bag off AliExpress about 5 years ago of. Do I recommend any sort of high temperature bearings? Not really. I'm using whatever I had. I'm just using like generic RS bearings and they're okay. Install PT1000. I do have a PT1000 or PT100. I can never remember which one. Whatever one you don't need the amplifier board for, I have installed in here on the tool head. Pekk recommends. Well, this is pekk-a. This is why I didn't follow the pekk-c instruction, ditto. I followed the pekk-a instructions, which are 360 to 390 on the tool head, 120 to 140 on the bed, with a chamber temperature of, if possible, 140. We're not doing that. So how much of it here am I wasting? How much filament do I have here? How much money am I wasting here? Where is my scale? Is it? I don't know what my scale is. Ugh. In the path of the chamber fans? Maybe. Maybe. You saw the FL Sun S1 double speed from X1 and up to 100. Rafa! Ready? Ready? We're gonna do something here. Ready? 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 1 second here. 1 second here. 1 second here. I'm not even gonna bother. You know what? I'm not gonna bother with the joke. Numbers. Until people actually have that printer in their hands and actually test the numbers, it's numbers. It's kind of like how Bamboo advertises 20mm or 20,000 millimeters a second acceleration when all their stock profiles run at 10,000. The extruder has 10,000 acceleration though. So yeah, so the FL Sun, whatever FL Sun, I have one on the way apparently. I'm waiting for it to show up. I'll take a look when it shows up. But those are numbers. You can advertise anything until people actually have those machines in their hands and they're able to print at those speeds and the prints are actually functional prints. Because even like they're touting an 8-minute speed benchy. They're doing the same thing Prusa does, where it's not even a speed benchy to the rules. Because remember, numbers don't matter with 3D printers. Flow rate doesn't matter because anyone can fake flow rate. Anyone can fake speed. Like they're just numbers. It's all about what are the numbers when it actually prints and prints with the quality that you're looking for. So, you mean people can just lie on the internet? Exactly. So yeah, so don't fall for the marketing hype until you actually see that printer printing in people's hands and people actually reviewing it properly and whatnot. Because anyone can put out numbers. That's the thing. Because remember, speed benchy people already are doing those speeds and more, and speed benchies look like shit. I don't know about you, but if I had a printer that everything that it prints was a speed benchy or the same print quality as a speed benchy, I wouldn't be interested in that printer. They are nylon CF. Okay, so for those wondering, we are printing with 3D Tech pekk-a carbon fiber. The blue filament in the tool head is high temperature nylon with glass fiber. What am I printing? We are printing two things, actually. We are printing a hook, and then we're printing a benchy. 83.57% of people just make up numbers as they go. Yeah. I mean, it's the best odds we've gotten all night, so I might as well go with it. Thumbs up. Almost bought an X1C, but decided on a Voron 350. If you went with the Voron 350, then size was probably a deciding factor. I could do a speed benchy. I mean, my Cocoa Press does a sub 30-minute benchy. That's good by today's standards. How much money did I spend on the filament? Nothing, because somebody was nice enough to send it to me. But this 250 gram spool is $80 American. What's the current problem? I don't think we have a problem. It seems to be printing right now. It's just slow. We're just printing slow. But it seems to be printing okay. 720 benchy on a Rook 2020. Yeah, there you go. Fast benchies, anyone can do a fast benching. Like, we've already established pretty much any modern 3D printer can outrun a hotend. So advertising on speed, when speed is only one factor, is kind of getting annoying in my opinion. My 2001 Toyota Senna will go 300 miles an hour. Granted, it's slow as fast when it hits the ground. Exactly. My car is as fast as every other car on the road. It goes the speed limit. Now, granted, some cars get up to the speed limit faster, and some people do illegal things with their car. But if you're not doing illegal things with your car, then all cars go the same speed, which is the speed limit. They just accelerate differently. I still remember years ago, Bell. So in Canada, there's like 3 telecom companies, and that's it. And it's a monopoly and it's shit. So you got Tel, you got Bell, you got Rogers, you got Telus. Prices are the same with all of them, and they all suck. They're horrible. Canada has like the worst telecom rates in the world. So TLDR, guy from Bell comes up to my door, and he's like, "Hey, here at Bell, we got fiber in your area." And I'm like, "Wow, fiber! I'm on cable. I've got a 40, or at the time, a 20 megabit cable connection. You're offering fiber? Wow, how fast? 16 megabit." 16? Fiber is fast. Well, it's Bell 5, which is fiber to the node. Oh, so it's like normal internet where the backbone of the internet is all fiber optic, and then you're just the last mile, and your internet speed depends on the last mile. So you're telling me your internet is still cable in my area? Yes, but it's faster because it's 5. So your 16 megabit is faster than my current 20 megabit. Yes, literally. He's like he kept insisting that Bell's 16 megabit with 5 was faster than my current 20 megabit with just cable. You know, they're both cable. Like the fib about 5 a lot. Yeah, they called it 5. Bell used the term 5 because they couldn't call it fiber. So like I got into this huge thing with the random guy who knocked on my door. You know, probably should have just told him to leave. And I'm like, "You do get what you're saying, right?" He's like, "Well, it's the backbone of the internet." I'm like, "Yeah, all the internet's backbone's fiber optic. So my current internet at 20 is faster than what you're offering at 16. It's like, "But it's faster." I'm like, "Okay, if I'm going down the road, okay, I'm in my Ford Focus. I'm going 101 miles an hour, okay? Also on the road is a Ferrari, and it's going 70 miles an hour. You know, the Ferrari could technically go faster. We're not looking at theoreticals. We're looking at the current speed, and the current speed is I'm going faster than the Ferrari." So, yeah, that was a fun. Might as well be talking. Oh man, I can't stand Bell. I cannot stand Bell. Granted, it doesn't matter because I'm in Canada and it's all the same. But I've got Telus fiber, or I've got a local my phone is Telus and it's shit because it's Telus. But my local actual internet provider is a local fiber optic company. I pay $80 Canadian a month for an unlimited 1 gigabit fiber optic connection. So I've got a gig up, a gig down, and unlimited download, and I pay $80 a month. What electric screwdriver do you recommend? LTTstore.com. Use your wrist. I used to use a Seaguire. I still have it somewhere. I don't know where. I kind of stopped using them because they don't tighten, like the little screwdrivers don't tighten the screws enough, so you're still tightening them only. And then, yeah, there's bigger ones that are actually powerful enough for that, but they're more expensive and they're bulkier, and at that point I might as well just use a regular screwdriver. Wi-Fi 6. Oh, that's the other funny thing. So now that we actually have proper fiber, Bell came out here and installed fiber. So the current company that I'm with, they went and got that trenching machine. You know, the thing that uses water pressure and it does the tube underground? Yeah, they entrenched the entire street, nice and clean, no messes, itty bitty little boxes in our front yards. Beautiful job. Bell comes in, they get the trenching tool that digs up your front yard. They made a complete mess of the entire subdivision, putting in their fiber. So they offer 1.5 gig in my area. The only reason they offer 1.5 gig is because MNSI, the local company, offers 1 gig in my area. So they got to be better. So the thing is, they offer 1.5 for the same price for 1 year, but it's a 2-year contract. In the second year of the contract, the price is like double. So it's like, oh, well, yeah, we'll do $80 a year too. After the first year, it goes up to like 140, by the way. Oh, and you have to bundle in all this other shit. So it's Bell. So the best part is, it's 1.5. Guess how fast the router is they give you. Do you really think they give you a 2.5 gig router? How many devices let's be honest. I'm a modern techie person, right? I run a YouTube channel. I have electronics. I've got a dozen computers in my house. I have one computer in my house with a 2.5 gig Ethernet card or Ethernet port in it. So I have one computer in my house with a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet port. Everything else is 1 gig, right? It's 10, 100, 1000. So even if I had 1.5 gig coming into my house, it would just stop at my house because I don't have anything inside that can use 1.5. Like my Wi-Fi is Wi-Fi 6, which you're getting a gig out of it. That's if you're like right next to it. And everything else in the house, all my switches are 1 gig switches. All the computers are one, except for my main desktop has a 1 gig and a 2.5 gig Ethernet port in it. My Unraid server is 1 gig, like everything is 1 gig. All the consoles are 1 gig or Wi-Fi. So yeah, I'm on 400 megabits for $80 a month US. Oof. How much is a 2.5 gig router? It's not so much the router is that expensive. You also need all your devices need to support it. So any desktop computer, you need to have you need to have an Ethernet card that can support it. And then Wi-Fi 6 is 10 gigabit, but that's also like very rare are you actually hitting these speeds on Wi-Fi 6, like unless you're in like the room with the router. I know I have a Wi-Fi 6 router and I don't hit 1 gig on it on anything I've ever used. And you need good Ethernet. Yeah, like it's an actual endeavor to set your house up with 2.5 or better. 1 gig's easy. 1 gig's easy. What is the printhead? It's an afterburner, which is what Vorons had before they had Stealth Burner. AT&T. Ooh. So for the Americans, Bell Canada is basically AT&T. The extra bandwidth is to support. You're still getting that bottleneck though, because every device in your house is only a gig. So unless you're like maxing out every device in your house, then maybe. But let's be honest, most people aren't. Like even right now, let me pull up my router. Let me see my current usage. System info, sign in, topology, devices, topology, okay. There's that, home net. Can I actually see how my actual... So currently I got... Okay, so I'm pushing 5 megabits through that one and 14 through this one. So even right now, okay, I'm streaming, I'm doing 18 megabit per second up, and I'm because I'm also have my stream loaded, I'm also doing 18 or 19 down. I think the wife might be watching some YouTube upstairs. Yeah, So even right now streaming, oh yeah, she is watching TV. Actually, why is the rat rig doing 2.1 megabit per second down? What's the rat rig doing? I'm just looking at, like, because I've got, you know, the one, yeah, site B, which is the garage, we're doing 19 down, 2.7 up. That's 13 up. Why is the rat rig sending data? Seriously, I can see it right here. It's 2.1 megabit per second up transmit. Grossness takes 24 megabits per. Actually, that might be it. It might be the webcam feed. It might be the webcam feed. Yeah, it might be the webcam feed. That might be it. I don't know. Yeah, it has a camera. That's it then. It's probably the webcam feed then. That would make sense. It's the webcam feed. It's ratting me out. Which one is the oh, the X1's on. Which one's the X1 on? The X1 is on. Oh, it bundles that all together. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it bundles all that together. Dang it. I was gonna see what is the X1 doing? Because that's on a network, but it's through the same thing. So it's all grouped together. I mean, you're just speed tested 45 megabits down, 11.3 up. Ooh, 11. So I do get the 1 gig speeds if I test inside and like everything's quiet. Like right now, if I do a speed test by Ookla. Let's see, what do I get for speed? It's not going to be accurate because this computer connects to. Okay, so this computer plugs into a router that plugs into another router that plugs into the actual switch. Because I go from this Unify router, connects to another Unify router, connects to a switch. And I'm streaming right now. So I'm actively streaming right now. I'm going through 2 routers, which is also 1, 2, 4 internet cables or Ethernet cables. And as of right now, okay, don't show my IP. So I think this will work for not showing my IP. So this is my current speeds and feeds right now for my internet. I'd mirror switch port in sniffer. Shouldn't change your speed. It won't, but it does affect the quality. Like the only time I've ever actually seen a 1000 is when I plugged a laptop directly into my switch. So I've seen in the 900s, I've never actually, although I've gotten 115 megabit per second or 130 megabit downloading from Steam. When I install like games, it goes like over 100 megabit. What do you mean temps are dropping? Yeah, it prints, it only does 390 for the first layer for the hot end, and then it drops to 380. So much better than I remember. Oh, did I freeze? Hello? Hello? Anyways, there we go. It's actually going pretty good now this time. So hopefully we don't get any jamming. They found me. I don't know how they found me, but they found me. Speaking of finding, do you want to find yourself a free spool of Polymaker Filament? Every stream we give away a spool of Polymaker Filament. Link in the description. Enter for your chance to win. We're doing the draw probably around 11. jamming. Yeah, we got the Christmas tunes going too, or at least the seasonal lo-fi tunes going. I'm just hoping this print actually finishes well today. I actually started upgrading 10 gig. So that's the thing, like my entire network at home is 1 gig, right? Other than the Wi-Fi 6 router. All my hardline stuff is 1 gig. I would kind of like to do a 2.5 just directly from my desktop to my Unraid server. So my Unraid server, I have a free PCI slot. I can put a 2.5 gig card in there, and then I can connect directly from the Unraid server to my main desktop. That is really the only scenario where upgrading my network makes sense. We got 420 users. That's the funny number. Make sure you like the smash button for that. Two-shot chaos for the filament. Is it going slow because of to ensure it heats up? A little bit of both. This filament is a very stiff filament. It's pekk with 15% carbon fiber, so it's a pretty stiff filament. And I'd rather with how expensive it is, I'd rather just go a little bit slower. You don't print this stuff. Apparently, you can print this stuff up to about 90 millimeters a second. Right now, we're doing a bottom layer at 10 millimeters a second. It's printing on a raft, so. Where'd I get this hat? Off my merch store, link in the video description, or type !merch in chat. Watch, I'll do it now. So if you type merch, the bot will put a link. And there you go. So if you want to get this bitchin' hat that says Only Benchies or anything else off the Only Benchies store, link in the description. Why, when use a raft? We're using a raft because this material is a very picky material. Also, by printing on a raft, it ensures that we get more accurate parts, which, again, with the cost of this material, you don't want a shitty first layer ruining a print. So. You can do 2.5 over Cat E, no problem with runs, including patch cords. You can do 10 gig over. Okay, but yeah, so the thing is, none of the hardware in my house, except for my one computer, has a 2.5 gig Ethernet switch in it, or Ethernet connector in it. My main desktop, the motherboard in it's a B550 Tomahawk, I think, or one of them. I don't know, it's B550 something, AMD. It's got a 1 gig and a 2.5 gig Ethernet switch, or plug. So right now I'm using the 1 gig, obviously. So what I would like to do is just get a 2.5 gig card, plug it into the desktop that I use for my Unraid server that's in my basement, and then just run a single cable connecting the Unraid server and my desktop, because those are the only two things that have high throughput between, because when I edit videos. But even then, like right now, I'm editing my raw 4K footage that I record off of my camera, which is this guy. So when I record all my videos at 100 megabit per second. Like that's the highest that camera goes, 100 megabit. So I record everything 4K 100 megabit. I dump everything to the Unraid server, and then when I edit everything off of the Unraid server, I'm just editing directly off of the drives on the Unraid. Like I don't take the files and put them on my desktop and edit there. I literally am editing off of the Unraid server, and at 1 gig, it's fine. So I got a B550 Tomahawk with an R50. I'm assuming you mean 5600X. My main desktop is a B550 something. I can't remember the exact model. I think it's MSI. I like MSI motherboards. It's got a Ryzen 9 3950X. 64 gigs of like 3200 megahertz RAM and a 3080 non-TI, 3080 non-TI. So that's that computer. This computer is a 12100F with a 1070 Ti in it and like 16 gigs of RAM. The computer downstairs in the streaming room downstairs is a 3700X with I think 32 gigs of RAM and a 1070 as well. 1070s are really good because they got 2 NVENC encoders on it. So they're relatively cheap. They got enough VRAM to do any CAD stuff, no issues, whatever. Like any rendering or whatever, like during the stream, whatever. It's plenty powerful for that. But it's got NVENC encoders on it, which you want for streaming. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel kind of bad for my wife that like this computer, the computer in the stream room, this computer right here, and the computer in the basement room, all they do is run the streams in these 2 rooms. And these are both better computers than the one my wife has. I feel kind of bad for her now. I'm just realizing that. She's on an i5 2500K with 16 gigs of DDR3 and a 1060. I'm like, yeah, shit. I probably should give my wife this computer. This computer would probably be better for her than that one, but yeah, whatever. Does she game? Sometimes. Long live the 1060. Yeah. So even that computer, it's a 1060 6 gig. I literally bought it the day the 1060 series was like announced, like the day it went live. So that the i5 2500K that's overclocked like to 4.3 gigahertz, that runs Baldur's Gate 3 kind of okay actually. So, any thoughts on Intel Arc AV1? Yes. I was actually tempted to buy a 380, an Intel Arc 380, which is like the cheapest one. The thing is though, it's dumb to do. AV1 is great. I was actually tempted to buy a 380 just to do AV1 encoding because I don't game on this computer, right? This computer doesn't get gaming. The most intensive thing this thing does is open up like a slicer or occasionally Fusion 360, which is mostly CPU dependent. So the video card just handles rendering for streams essentially. So I was looking at 380. The problem is you could buy a much better, more capable video card for the cost of a new Intel Arc card if you buy used, which this has a 1070 in it. So yes, AV1 is a better encoder than NVENC, but we're talking, especially in this kind of content where I'm just streaming webcams, it's not that much of a difference. If I was a Twitch streamer who was like one of the like streaming Fortnite or Apex or Valorant or Counter-Strike or any of those games that were like really fast paced with lots of shit going on the screen, AV1 makes a bit more sense. But for this case, it's not that big of a deal, especially since I can crank the bit rate and get away with it. So it's not as compressed as much. Mom is running an RX 7600. That's not a bad card. What hot end is it? It's an E3D high temp. It's a Revo high temp. Looking to get a camera for my 2.4. What do you recommend? Whatever's cheap. Whatever is cheap. C920 is overpriced. See, the C920 you guys are paying full price for a camera that's literally almost old enough to drive. Like the C920 is a decade old camera. Like over a decade old at this point. It's a good camera. I mean, you are looking at a C920 right now. The view you're getting right here of the printer is a C920. It's a good camera. It's just, you're looking for spaghetti. Buy the cheapest camera. Buy the cheapest camera you can. All it does is look for spaghetti. I do recommend cameras that you can manually focus though. If you are gonna get a shitty cheap camera, get one of the ones that you can manually focus. Because that way you don't have to worry about autofocus jumping all over the place. New GoPro hand cam 10-bit raw. I don't know, like I use a if you guys are wondering what my video setup will be for Smurf, it's gonna be like every other event I cover. It's a GoPro Hero 10 on a stick. I really wish GoPros had better image quality. But they're okay. So what do we got? What do we got? We got 4K 30. And that is at 4:3. 4K 30. No duration. Linear lens. Pro Tune. Okay, can I set the bit rate? Where's my bit rate? Bit rate is high. Camera is linear. And I can change the temperature. Like, it just gets blown out. But it's like literally, I was joking with Joel. It's like, okay, I need to pack. Actually, probably put it in this pocket. There we go. I'm packed. Okay. Oh no, I've got my lavs, right? My fancy dual wireless lavs. I need to pack this. Okay, ready? Okay, I'm packed. If you ever get a chance, look at like Joel's setup at these events. It's actually looking real good. How's it actually look with, okay, so the problem is I'm looking at a webcam feed of it. Actually, that's looking pretty dang good. Okay, so the real question is it entangled in the box? It's not. It's not tangled in the box, holy shit. Joel has a whole team. He has David. It's just him and David, and sometimes they have they source somebody. But the 3D printing nerd family is literally just Joel and David. That's it for the actual team. Yeah, the zip ties help working, so. David is a team. David is awesome. We all need a producer, David. It is chilly out here. It's 15 in the garage. It is like, today is the first day it's been like cold. Like the past couple days have been cold, like below 0 at night. And I'm kind of happy the garage like temperatures out here with the heater going is keeping above freezing. I'm gonna have to insulate the garage door pretty soon though. You're seeing a corner pulling up. I don't believe you. Nope, print's looking fine. I don't see any corners pulling up. You must be imagining things. You should like the smash button. With 8K, you can change focus. Yeah. Oh yeah, always record in the highest resolution you can. Always record in the highest resolution you can. The GoPro that I use will do 5.3K. The problem is it overheats really quick. So I do 4K, but I record at 4.3. So I don't record 16:9, I record 4.3. So what ends up happening, let me show you here. I'll put that up so you guys have something to watch. 3D, import, earth. Where is Jeff? No, not Jeff. Gil. We'll do Gil. You large icon. Okay, so this is the raw footage. That I pull off. So it's 4:3. Actually, this ain't it. So it's yeah, it's this. No, that's the raw edit. Yeah. So it's 4:3.
You're good to go.
So I'm gonna mute this. So the advantage of recording 4:3, or if your camera can do it, do open gate. But the advantage of recording it like this is basically it just gives you more data. So when you go to actually edit it out, you can crop it. So you can like, oh, you know what? I didn't have this centered. You have room to adjust in editing to crop it. Or if you're also, because vertical videos are a thing now, if you record everything at 4x3 or open gate, if you have to make something vertical, it's easier. So. But my main camera doesn't do that. Like when I record videos for the channel in like here, I use this, which is a Sony a6400, which does 4K cropped at 30 FPS. I really wish I could do uncropped 4K with that lens or that kit, but I can't. So. Finding out my name in chat because this is the first time. Well, there you go, Nick. And also, don't forget, folks, when somebody gifts memberships, right? Like generous people do occasionally during the stream. If you are active in chat, you have a better chance of getting that membership. So I'm seeing a lot of great names in chat, which is good because that's how you get the gifted memberships, is when people gift them. If you're active in chat, you have a better chance of getting the gifted membership. Apparently, I heard that a while ago. Apparently it's a thing. Is the raft what finally made it stick? No, it was sticking without the raft, but the raft just is a little bit more insurance. Oh, I forgot to put a splash of water in that. Oof, that was stiff. A6400's overheat doing 4K cropped as is. Mine's never overheated. James, are you running the up-to-date firmware? I have recorded time lapses that aren't time lapses with this and just a battery, like 45 minutes recording non-stop without it overheating. And that's at 4K 30. Elf310 gifted 5 community memberships. Cheers. But yeah, there's an option in the newest firmware, which by newest I mean the firmware's from like 4 years ago. But update your firmware. There's an option to let it run in high temp mode. It won't overheat, or it shouldn't overheat. I've never had mine overheat on me or shut down due to overheating. Many industrial printers insist on rafts. How do you remove them after printing? If you know, you just peel them off. There's it's like the same thing as support. You have a spacing. Do I have a battery eliminator? No. Like, what do you mean a battery eliminator? Like, are you talking about the nail and a hammer? Because I got those. Building a V0. Does the quality of the F623 bearings affect print quality? Yes, they do. However, if you're building with a kit, which I recommend nowadays you build with a kit, odds are the bearings that come with it are fine. Oh, for the camera, yeah. So all my cameras that, like right now, this camera right here is a Sony a6300. It has a dummy battery in it. So I'll show you, because this doesn't have a dummy battery in it, but I've got these batteries. So instead of using the FP10s or whatever the batteries that go in here, my camera uses these F550s, but I can get bigger ones. I can get like 850s. So they all use the same connector, but you can get like thicker batteries, and they plug on the side there. So they last longer than the small internal ones, and they're easier to swap out when I have it on a tripod. I've got like 3 or 4 of these batteries. But what you can do is you can get a dummy battery like this that plugs in, and then what you can do is you can plug it into the wall. So that's how this is powered. This is plugged in with a dummy battery, and it just runs nonstop. You gotta be careful though, because you gotta make sure you turn it off, because nothing is worse than, you know, waking up the next morning, or heaven forbid, I come out here on a Tuesday, and the last time I was streaming was Saturday night, and the camera's still on. Cameras are so pricey. Get used cameras. This is an A6300, which does 4K, which is great because that means I can do cool things like this. Because if you notice, I'm streaming at 1080p. So what do you get the advantage of a 4K camera? Well, you can punch in, and the pixel density stays the same. So, you know, you can see the fact I need to shave. Like, you can see my fuzzies. When I punch in like that, you don't lose quality. So that's the advantage of that. But go on like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, Kijiji if you're in Canada. Look for, just buy used cameras, because most photography cameras, they just like, oh, they're the shutter count's high. It's like, cool, I don't care about the shutter count. I'm using it for video. So, less compression. True. I look, but not locally. You're in the same boat as me, product in Dad's garage. I've been looking for another camera. I need to get 1 or 2 more cameras. I want a fixed overhead camera out here in the garage, instead of this little tripod I move around. So I want to get like another A5100 or A6000. So I keep an eye on the local use, but it is what it is. Try and find open box. The A6400 here, this I bought on, was open box at Best Buy. So I got that. The A5100, which is the main camera downstairs, I bought that, was also open box. So also check out camera stores. A lot of camera stores have a used section. That's where I got this lens. Both this camera right here and the camera downstairs, I run Sigma 16 lenses. I bought this Sigma 16 for almost half price. It was like roughly half price. I bought it used. So, any tips for being like a streamer like me? I hope people find you entertaining. I don't know. It really depends what you're streaming to. Talk more. Always assume somebody's joining the stream at any point. At any point, somebody's joining your stream, and if they're not entertained, in 10 seconds, they're leaving. I will confess I haven't used my ZV E10 since Murph. Oof. Well, if you're not using it, I'm actually tempted. I kind of want to pick up something like a ZV-1, just for like, as much as I like the GoPro setup, I hate the GoPro camera itself. It's great for image stabilization. Usability is great when the software works. It's just super annoying to deal with, and the video quality ain't great. So I might buy like an actual camera next year for because apparently I travel now for these, but we'll see. The chain of camera shops, yeah. We used to have a bunch of independent ones in my city. A lot of them, like when everything went digital, that kind of put the death knell in a lot of these camera places. But we have like 2 or 3 in my town. We have a Henry's, which is like Canadian B&H, I guess, but B&H is only in one place. Henry's is a chain. It's like Black's. I think we used to have a chain called Black's for cameras. Sony's are great for streaming. Yeah, Sony cameras, if you're gonna get a camera, like personally, the only cameras I use are Sony's. All my cameras are Sony's. 2 reasons. One, they have really good autofocus. Sony's autofocus is the best, or at least when they're still the damn best. And the lenses are relatively common and cheap for the most part. Also, by being all Sony, I can swap. All my lenses are compatible. All my batteries are compatible with ecosystem. They all do clean HDMI out. So setting up your Sony camera to use for streaming is super easy. Yes, a lot of cameras now, you can just plug them in via USB and use them as a webcam. Don't. The quality's shit, because you're compressing the image. You want to do HDMI capture, which pretty much all Sony cameras do clean HDMI out. And they're plentiful. Sony's I found are relatively cheap. You can get cheap cameras, but I found a lot of the other companies that make cheap cameras are not, like their cheap cameras are a little too cheap in my opinion. But B&H is well. I have only ever bought one thing at B&H, and it was actually this lens. I bought this lens right here that I use on my main camera. This is a Sigma 18-50 1 or 2.8 DC DN lens. Sony E-mount. So it's manual zoom. I have to manually zoom it. It doesn't have, I can't digitally zoom it, but it's got really good autofocus because it's a Sigma lens on a Sony. And I would have preferred something a little bit more than 18, like a 12 mil, like 12 to 35 would have been nice, but 18 to 50 is good enough. I don't have a lot of room. Like literally the camera's here and I'm recording like almost this far away. So the more open the lens, the better, in my opinion. That's why, like, the lens you're looking on right now is a Sigma 16 lens. It's a fixed lens. Lens prices are painful. Yeah, they are. I think I paid like That lens, the reason I bought it at B&H is because even though it was on sale in Canada, at the same time it was on sale in the States, once you factor in exchange rate and customs and all that, it was still cheaper to buy it from the States because B&H had free shipping to Canada when I bought it at the time. And I think they still do for over 100. It's just the problem with B&H, not everything ships to Canada. That's kind of, I've seen a few times where B&H either had a camera, they had a bunch of Mac laptops at one point, and I was gonna buy one. Because it was like an M1 Mac, but it had like 16 gigs of RAM, and it was like pretty good deal. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna buy this, but they don't ship them to Canada, so I couldn't. I was like, shit. The problem is Trudeau. Mugwump, this isn't a politics channel, so we try to avoid it, but if you think every single issue involving a country and everyone in it is because of the one guy who happens to be at the top of the totem pole, it don't work that way. It would be nice if we could all just blame the one guy, but let's be honest, it's not just the one guy. What are the print speeds up to now? Right there. Actually, since temperatures are boring, there we go. Apple. No, B&H does that for a lot of electronics on B&H. They don't ship to Canada. A lot of stuff like that has like import licensing and whatnot. So. Yeah, Canadians always complain about who's in charge. It's just kind of the way it is. We vote a party in. They run the country for like 10 years to a decade plus. They screw everything up, so we're like, we'll get the next guys in. The other group will be better, and then they get in. They run the country for 10 years. They make a shit show out of it. And then it's like, okay, we'll just get the other guys in, because obviously they didn't screw up last time. We'll give them another chance. And oh, Calvin's still up? Oh. There we go. Why CNC kitchen part? Because I wanted to print something that I can like use as a test piece, and I figure a hook is something I can hang myself off of, and in a testing way, not in a how could this happen to me way. Canadian exchange rates. You want to talk about okay? So today, in preparation of my trip across the pond to go visit Lizzie. Oh wait, I can't visit Lizzie anymore. I went and got some British funny monies today. So I went to the local currency conversion place at the mall, and hello, good sir. I am going to the land of tea and crumpets. I require whatever funny money they use there. And like, how much do you want? I'm like, I don't know, roughly 200 Canadian dollars worth. And they're like, cool. For $212 Canadian, we'll give you 120 of their monies. And I'm like, oh, that's great. So yeah. So pretty much, I lost $100. Now, granted, there's exchange rates and whatnot, but pounds for USD. Yeah, pound sterling. Currency exchange is better at the Walker Road train station, open till 12. Well, it's a little late now. I went to the one at the mall. I just went to the one at the mall. I was at the mall. Actually, I went to my bank first. And they're like, yeah, we don't do that. You got to go to the currency. And I looked it up online. I think I only paid like an extra like $5 compared to what the online exchange rate is. So what hot end? It's an E3D Revo high temp. You know you can run your cards fine. Project and Dadgrat. Yes, but I still like having cash on me when I go somewhere just in case. Like personally in my daily life, I don't carry cash at all. I'm one of those people. I have Google Pay on my phone, so I just go boop and I tap for everything using my phone. That's what I do. But I figure if I'm going to another country, there's always the chance my phone or my credit card can just get shut down, you know, for like fraud protection. There's always a chance that could happen. It can always happen, you know, I'm stuck somewhere and I just, you know, don't have an ATM or whatever and they don't take debit. It's nice to have some cash on me just in case. You know, let's be honest, it's not like I'm going to be wandering around all of England. Like, I don't have a car. I'm going to Oxford and I'm just going to like stumble around Oxford for a weekend. So I got 120 quid. So is quid basically the same as saying dollar? It's like a Canadian says loony, a British person says quid. Is that what a quid is? A dollar, right? Is that how it works? So instead of saying 120 pounds, it's 120 quid. So then what's quid? What does quid mean? Is it like a quid is a pound? Quid. What is the meaning of quid? Okay. Key take, quid is a slang expression for the British pound sterling. But how did it get the name quid? A quid is a pound. So it's just quid is slang for pound? It's just slang for pound. Okay. So I've got 120 quid. And also, it's a slightly different shape. It's a slightly different shape than Canadian and American money. It's a little bit not as long and a little bit taller. Is Rapido and Revo still the hotness? It's your printer, brother. You build it however you want. But yes, Revos and Rapidos are kind of like the go-to for the most people. Is it plastic? Yep, they have the same thing as Canada. They got the plastic money. Is the American money not the same size as Canadian? I've never actually noticed that. I hate American money because it's all the same color and it's a shitty texture. Like, I don't like American money. I hate, nothing is worse than like, I have a wallet. Like I keep my old wallets. I use them for storage, right? Because I keep like, my normal wallet's like one of those little metal ones that just holds cards. So I keep my old wallets to like store foreign currencies or like cards that I don't use often that I do want to have easy access to. So I keep them like on my desk. So I have a wallet that I keep all my American money in. And nothing is more annoying than when I go, hey, I'm going to Rapid. I'm going to Rocky Mountain. I'm going to something in the States. And I check my wallet full of American money and I open it up and I go, holy shit, I'm rich. And I pull it out and I've got a wad this thick. And I start going through it and it's all ones. Canadian money's colored. So you look at it and you go, I need a 10. Okay, purple. You just open your wallet. I need $5. Open it up, blue. Because it's color coded. We color coded our money because we're not idiots. But no, Americans, everything is the same shade of green. Why do you hate people with vision problems? It's like coins have texture around the outside so people with vision problems can tell. Well, green and black. Yeah, color code your money. This is feeding a heck of a lot better. Like, this is actually so much smoother on the feeding. Just hates Canada, apparently. Oh, Mexico. Well, Canada has color-coded money. UK has color-coded money. Aussie land has color-coded money. Sesame Street. No, our money, like, let's be honest. Our money's more Monopoly money at this point. We have braille bumps. We have braille. Yeah, and if you shine a laser through it, it makes pictures. I don't have my wallet on me, but there's like a. Let me see here. Yeah. So if you shine a laser pointer through like the wind, like if you look at the Canadian dollar or any of the Canadian money, they got like this little window with a maple leaf. When you shine a laser through it, it lights up patterns. And then our passport glows under UV light with fireworks and shit. It's actually pretty cool. And the $100 bill smells like maple syrup. How do you add Z-hop to the firmware and Clipper? You don't. It just has it. Z-hop is a slicer thing. Z-hop is a slicer thing. You don't enable Z-hop. Yeah, baby stepping. If that's what, if you're asking about baby stepping, like yeah, Clipper has that by default. They got baby stepping by default. But if you're talking about if you're talking about actual like Z-hopping, that's a slicer thing. There's nothing in the firmware that controls Z-hopping. It's just a slicer thing. So go into your slicer, search for Z-hop, and make sure it's on. For firmware retractions. Oh, I've never really, okay. There was like a weird thing where everyone was all about firmware retractions for a bit, then everyone kind of stopped. Firmware retractions, last I heard, were a little fucky in terms of like, it messes with like pressure advance or input shaper. I don't know if that's still a thing. I haven't used firmware retractions in ages. It was a thing I used back when I ran RepRap firmware for a bit. Yeah, firmware retractions, the advantage with firmware retraction is it's nice because you can adjust your retractions mid-print, but it screws up a lot of other things because camp suggests to use, well, that's just camp being camp. Camp being campy. But yeah, I've never really used firmware retractions. Like I used them for a bit, but I just use normal slicer stuff. Most of my machines are direct feed and they all pretty much have the same setting anyways. What's your opinion on closed loop? For the most part, a waste. I can't remember the last time I had a layer shift on a printer that I actually had a properly tuned profile for. If you take the time to tune your profile and make sure your printer is running well, you shouldn't have layer shifts. Anything that would cause your tool head to skip to the point where it causes a layer shift, odds are something was going bad to begin with. And do you really want that print to finish? Yep, we got glue stick. Can you not see the glue stick on the bed? It's all over the place. CNC, if tuned properly, you don't get lost out. CNC machines are a completely different beast, though. Like, let's be honest, the build of a CNC machine is a completely different beast than a 3D printer. So, any thoughts on the K1 at 400 right now? Is it crap or worth it? I don't know. I personally don't have a K1. I know from what I am hearing, the current batch of K1s are pretty good, and if you flash normal Clipper on it and basically exercise the cancer that Creality installed on the firmware, it's not a bad machine. For 400, it's a lot of printer for 400. how much are the P1Ps right? Or no, because how much is the P1S right now? Personally, I think the P1S is a better machine than the Crealities, but Crealities is cheaper. P1S, okay, that's with that. How much? Not just the regular P1S, just the regular P1S. Not in, put it in American so it's equal. 849 US. Yeah, for 849. Wow, these aren't as cheap as, was it the P1P that much cheap? Was the P1P that much cheaper? 539 US. Oof. Yeah, 539. Oh no, 599. Is it on sale? Wait, 849? Okay, I guess the sale. Okay, what? From 599 US. Okay, is the website out of date? It's saying from 599 US, and then you click here. P1S. Oh, 599. Oh, okay. So there you go. P1S combo 599. 599. So an extra 200. An extra $200. Like, if you didn't plan on using the AMS at all, I would go with the Creality. If you're interested in multicolor at all, I would say go with the Bamboo. Build size, it'd be the same. If he's talking a regular K1, it's the same build volume. It's 250-ish cubed. Yeah, if there's a lot of mods. Yeah, that's the thing. The K1 needs some TLC. Unfortunately, as much as I hate recommending printers that you have to work on to get them to work beyond a certain price point. And that price point's like $200. Any printer over $200 should just work, in my opinion. You shouldn't have to do mods to get it to work. But that's just me. My answer is I bought both. There you go. K1 marketing page. I haven't even looked at it. Remember, Creality was supposed to send me a K1, and then they didn't. So, take that as you will. Just picked up the P1P is a great machine if you're only printing flexibles, PLA or PETG. The P1P is a great machine. And the fact that you can enclose it relatively easily, let's be honest. Like some cardboard boxes will enclose it pretty good. K1 is 220 by 220. Wait, the K1's only 220 by 220? Really? Oh shit. Okay, I was wrong then. I thought it was 250. In that case, I probably would say P1S, in my opinion then. As much as I don't like Bamboo's business practices, the machines they sell and the ecosystem is actually not bad. Like they're competent machines. Also, I'm assuming you're not a company. You're just a person looking for a printer to print random things every now and then. Wham Bam has a case for the P1P that's cheaper than the upgrade to the P1S. Well, there you go. Get a P1P, put a cheap case on it, or roll your own and call it a day. I mean, you could print the case for the P1P. My P1P doesn't have, I've got a P1P. I've put the Revo in it, so I've got a Revo in it. But they gave me, when they sent me the P1P, they sent the upgrade kit with it. So I got like the box that has like the blower fan and the camera and all that. I put the camera on it, I put the light on. I never bothered with the blower fan. I personally don't like the blower fans. I'm not a huge fan of current air cooling. I don't think they're, yeah, it's hard to say. Like, I don't print a lot of PLA, so I don't use them. So. The CEO admitted he was evil, Bamboo. He admitted he was evil? Where? I mean, they're all former DJI people, so what do you expect? But I don't think he would admit he's evil. Although he did say on that interview with Stefan there, CNC Kitchen, he was open to sharing the AMS with Voron, and I reached out to him on Twitter, and I'm like, hey, Bamboo, your CEO said you would share it with Voron. I am part of Voron. Can I have the code to make the AMS work on not a Bamboo? And they completely forgot about it. So that's okay. Yeah, this is actually looking real good. Now, granted, remember, we're cheating. We're printing with carbon fiber filament. Carbon fiber filament, everything looks good. Yeah, open AMS. Yep. Although I'm not joining another Discord. I am on way too many Discords. Am I seeing your UI correctly? Your extruder is 380C. I need glasses. You do, Sean, because the hot end's at 380. The extruder is at whatever temperature the motor's at. Because the extruder is just pushing plastic. It's an LGX. It's not even an LGX light in this thing. I have a full-size LGX. The hot end's at 380. That is correct. It's a Revo high temp, and we're printing pekk. K1 is 350 at Micro Center. Yeah, a K1 for 350 is a steal. Get that machine, flash some clipper, like proper clipper on it, move on with your life. That's a good value. You know what I mean? I know, Sean. Do you also call your computer a tower? Or the CPU? That annoyed me so much when I was in school. Because, like, I'm 35, right? So I grew up in the generation where I grew up with computers, and the generation before me did not. So like my teachers in like grade school and high school didn't have computers at home. So it's like, yeah, turn the CPU on. It's like, it's a computer. It's not the CPU. That's the monitor. That's the tower. The CPU is a thing inside the tower. Yeah, turn your CPUs on. Like, and the best part was the high school I went to, all the computers were like Pentium 2s with like Windows 95 on them. And this is in like 2004. So it was like, ugh. I took one computer class in high school, like one programming class. And it's like Microsoft Visual Basic on a Pentium 2. Because that's like all the school had. Like we had it was ancient. The only good thing with the computer labs in my high school was the fact that all the desks were together and they had like that channel underneath for all the wiring. So what you would do is you would get your buddies and you would steal the Cat5 cable. So every class you would go in and you would like unhook the Cat5 cable and like, cause it went under the desk and you're all sitting against the wall. And one guy would have his backpack between his legs and he would feed all the cat, like that long bundle of Cat5 and he would spool up, put it in his backpack. And then what you would do is you take all those Cat5 cables and we would go to our buddy's house and we'd do Halo LAN parties. Because we needed the Cat5 cable so we could put Xboxes in all the different rooms for the Halo LAN parties that we did. So. I have a 250 gigabyte computer. Is that good? Oh god, it's like right now. Oh my god, Amazon. Okay, here, let me pull that up so you can look at that. Ready? Amazon. I love how this is a thing now. Go on Amazon. Gaming computer. I love how this is a thing now. Go on Amazon gaming computer. Oh my god, look at all these RGBs. It's got an i3 up to 3. Here's the thing, it's a Core i7 3.4 gigahertz up to 3.9. That could be an i7 from 2009. It's an i7. The 580 ain't bad actually. Well, it's the 580 is ancient, but it's, you know, 16 gigs of RAM. What kind of RAM? I don't know, probably DDR3. Oh, it's DDR4. So this could be like a Skylake. But yeah, you get like these, where these are like literally office like computers. And all they do is they throw some shitty RGB in it. It's got a 1660 and then like a budget like video card. Like that's a thing now. I love it. Because these computers are garbage. They're like i7 4770s and whatnot, or 3770s. Like they're like, there you go. Gaming computer with an i5 6500. It doesn't even have a video card. It doesn't even have a video card. It doesn't even have a video card. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It's got Intel HD 530 graphics. That PF Dennis's desktop computer. Why? So running a 3700X and a 1660. Yeah, the my main desktop upstairs had a 3700X until somebody reached out to me and they're like, hey, I've got a 3950. Do you want to buy it used and cheap? And I was like, yeah. So now I got a 3950. And the 3700X, this is great because I have like 3 computers in my house that all run AM4. So the 3700X went into the computer that was in the streaming room in the basement that had a 3100X. That 3100X is now my Unraid server. Who owned a 3DFX card? I didn't. The first video card I ever had, I can't remember what it was because it was in the family computer, but at some point we upgraded it to a Radeon 9200 SE. So we had a Radeon 9200 SE in the desktop. And then the very first computer I ever owned had a Radeon 9700 Pro. And it had an AMD Athlon 64 3400 claw hammer CPU with 2 gigs of RAM. It came with a gig and I upgraded to 2 gigs. And it was a laptop, so you knew that thing was 30 minutes of battery life. But that was my personal. The family computer was a Pentium 2 that was later upgraded to a slot 1 Pentium 3. Like the Pentium 3 that was on a slot, like the first generation of Pentium 3. Yeah. I don't like Unraid. Unraid's great. I like Unraid. It works. Check stream chat. What, like on Discord? What am I even looking at here? Okay, that's RAM. This person doesn't have kids or cats. This person does not have kids or cats. Actually, 1 second. I'll be back in 1 second. You know, it's funny, this doesn't actually smell as bad as you think it would. So this is the video card out of my brother's very first computer. So my brother, when he built his first computer, he had this, a GeForce 8600 GTS, which is, remember single slot video cards? Oh. But I had this. Now, when I built my first desktop, it was a Athlon 64 X2 3800 plus. So it was the 3800. It was the first like good dual core. And I had a 7600 GT. I upgraded that thing for Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare, because the 7600 ran the original Modern Warfare pretty good, but I had issues with multiplayer. So I went down to the local Best Buy, and I don't have the heatsink for it because I had an aftermarket heatsink on this, because that's what you did at the time. Who could tell me what this guy is? Yeah, look how shiny that die is. I'm reflecting chat in the die. That's how shiny that is. It's a video card. It's an 8800 GT. This thing was an absolute legend back in this is the 1080 Ti of before the 1080 Ti was the 1080 Ti. It was the 8800 GT was like the video card that lasted forever. Yeah, the 8800 GT, because it's actually the upgrade, because they came out with the 8800 and they had they had the 8800 GTS and the Ultra, but then they did a die shrink on it and released the 8800 GT, which was not as good as the GTS, but it was much cheaper. Like, it was like cheap. And by cheap, I mean like for a top tier video card, like we're talking one stop below the top, it was 300 Canadian for a single slot card. Like, imagine that. Look how shiny that is. 300 Canadian for a top tier single slot video card with, look, a single 6-pin. A single 6-pin. Man. Back in my day. The 8800 GTS 640 had the die shrink. It was cheap too. Was it? No, I could have sworn the GT had the die shrink. The GT was the one with it, because this is 512. I could have sworn the GTS didn't have the die shrink. So what exactly would you use this filament for? This is the kind of stuff you use in like aircraft stuff or engine. Like, it depends on the plastic. Like, it's an engineering grade plastic. This is the kind of material you print when you need something that's really strong that you can't injection mold. Like, there's, yeah, I just looked, I had the 7950, sorry. Yeah, so I could actually, okay, I went from, my very first computer that I personally owned was a laptop that had a 97 Pro, a Radeon, an ATI Radeon 9700 Pro. I went from that to a desktop that had a 7600 GT, a NVIDIA 7600 GT. That was upgraded to an 8800 GT. And then from that, I went to a 7870. It was a Radeon 7870. And then from the 7870, I went to a 1060, to a an AMD 5700 XT, to now I have a 3080. And really the only reason I upgraded from the 5700 XT to the 3080, again, somebody reached out to me with a used card at a price I couldn't really say no to. And the 5700 XT was giving me some issues with encoding and editing video, so 1060 was a beast. 1060 is still on my wife's computer. My wife's computer is an i5 2500K with the 1060 in it. She literally has the computer I was using as my daily driver the day before I got my Ryzen 3700 and I built that system, is my wife's current computer, which is an i5 2500K and a 1060. We went from a 970 to a 7900 XTX. That's a nice upgrade. The AMD cards are pretty good. They just kind of suck at productivity and ray tracing and anything AI related. Like, let's be honest. If we could all do it again, what we would be doing is buying stock in NVIDIA. Go back and during the bulldozer days of AMD, buy a shit ton of AMD stock, sell it after it peaked with after it jumped up with Ryzen, and take all that money, buy NVIDIA stock, and then dump that right now because it's at the highest it's ever been. So if you bought AMD when it was at its lowest and sold when it was at its highest, and then immediately went and bought NVIDIA at the time and then sold it now, you'd be rich. pekk is mostly used in aircraft interior for its flammability or lack thereof. That makes sense. That makes sense. Like, if you had to print clips for an aircraft, you'd be doing it in this material. Like wire loom clips, you'd be printing it in this material. I went from an i7-920 with triple DDR3 to Ryzen 5 7600. Jeez, that's an upgrade. That is an upgrade. I sold my NVIDIA stock right before it skyrocketed. Ooh. Hey, Trance, I don't have any money in the stock market, so... Because personally, I'm at the point now where I should, but let's be honest, you know that shit's gonna come crashing down soon. We haven't... The stock market has never been as good as it's been for as long as it's been. You know it's coming down. Buy Dogecoin. Michael L., I got you beat. I mined Dogecoin. Back when Dogecoin was like a very early meme on Reddit before they even sponsored the race car, I was mining Dogecoin. I had I had tens of thousands of Dogecoin at one point. And guess what happened? I don't know. It was on a hard drive. It was an internet meme coin that nobody thought would be around in 12 years later when it actually went to something. So it's completely gone into the ether. When the next Carrington events. Yeah, like we're due for one of those too. We're due for a solar flare. We're due for an asteroid. There's always, you know, gamma ray bursts. I mine Ethernet and make quite a bit. I also have a bunch of cards collecting this. Yeah, there's somebody on the local Facebook marketplace trying to sell a mining setup with like a crap ton of 3090s, but they won't part them individually. They want to sell the whole thing, and I'm like, dang it. You might even say thanks to your HDD dodge deletion gone kind of scarcity. I don't think Dogecoin is that scarce. What is pekk? Polyether ketone ketone. It is a high temperature resistant non-flammable or flame resistant plastic. You need a 3090? No, I don't need a 3090, but if one shows up at a price that I can't argue with, I will take it. Let's be honest. Like, I'll be honest, I game at 1080p. I don't need a 3090. My 3080 does everything I need it to do. But if a 3090 was at like a price that you can't really say no to, then of course I'll take it. I need a 4090. I don't, because I don't want to have to rebuild my entire computer to power that thing. Get an Asus to sponsor. Nathan, I don't even have Gloop as a sponsor, and Gloop sponsors everything. I don't even have 3D Gloop as a sponsor, and they sponsor everything. You think I can get Asus? Core 2 Duo FX. Ooh, Cadus. Everyone F in chat for Cadus for actually buying a bulldozer. FX 8350. Ugh. Is pekk UV resistant? Probably. Bought a bulldozer. I know so many people that bought. It's dirt cheap and it's got like 37 cores. It's bound to be good. On the bright side, I don't have to pay my heating bill. I need LTT to do that. Well, so here's the funny thing, Sean. So as much as I shill for the LTT, wearing my LTT store sweater while I got my LTT screwdriver and drinking out of my LTT water bottle, I don't actually work for LTT. So I don't think I qualify for the extreme makeover. I have talked to Linus once in one single DM, and that's it. My workstation PC is still... Your company is wasting so much electricity powering that thing. Like literally for $100 they can go buy like a 12100F. That's what I have in here. This computer is... I built this computer dirt cheap. Like it's all budget. It's a 12100F. The cheapest motherboard I could buy. The cheapest 16 gigs of RAM I could buy. The cheapest like NVMe... I don't even... Does this even have it? I don't even know if this thing has an NVMe drive in it. Or if I just threw a random 120 gig SSD in here. What do I have in here? What do I even have in this computer? This PC. Okay, I do have an NVMe. I did get a 512 NVMe or 480 or whatever. So I do have an NVMe. do I have in here? Okay. So it's a 12100F, 16 gigs of RAM, and it's got a 1070 Ti. How do you see a video card on here? Yeah, 1070 Ti. That's not bad. More 3D printing support your Canadian con. So Sean, the problem is, like, I live in Southern Ontario. The closest, okay, apparently there's a big Twitch streamer that lives in my city that owns a house on the water and drives around in a sports car. Apparently, I've been told that. I don't know who it is, but apparently there's a Twitch streamer that's rich nearby. In terms of tech YouTubers, there's Hacksmith, but Hacksmith is 2 hours up the road in London, or Kitchener. Are they in Kitchener? I think they're in Kitchener. They're like two and a half hours up the road. And then I've got Chep, who is like 45 minutes from me, but he's in the States. So yeah, that's about it. There's not a lot of content creators I can collab with around me, unfortunately. Why is it raining summer emojis in the merch store? Engagement. That's why. Invite Chep for stream. 1070 is a good card. Yeah, 1070 is not a bad card. Like, this is a 1070 Ti, and the card in the computer in the streaming room is a 1070 non-Ti. Like right now, all they're doing is encoding, and let's see here. If you're wondering what kind of load is running on this computer while I'm streaming, so what, we got 30 something percent CPU usage. I'm using half the RAM, and 22% of the video card. This is the load while I'm streaming. This is why you stream using a video card encoding. So. Like the computer upstairs, when I'm doing the video game streams on the Twitch channel, that computer doesn't even break a sweat. Like the extra overhead of streaming on that computer is nothing compared to running the game. But it's got a 3080 and a 16-core 3950X with 64 gigs of RAM. So I would hope it can handle streaming to Twitch while I'm playing Baldur's Gate. Honestly, unless you're trying to push like 2K or something beyond 200 FPS in the game, you really like ray tracing at 1070 more than enough. With modern games, I would argue no. With the 10 series cards, like my wife has, okay, so the 1060 in my wife's computer is an i5 2500K. It'll run Baldur's Gate at like some settings high, but most medium to low or off at 30 to 40 FPS in Act 1. But yeah, am I uploading the gaming stream to YouTube? Yep. I've got a gaming channel on YouTube. Let me pull it up here. Switch account. Hopefully this doesn't kick me off the stream. So, hey, go sub to this channel because I do video games and whatnot. So there you go. Go sub to this channel. I'm spam it in chat. So everyone sub to this channel. There you go. All it is the VODs and like a short. But all it is these are the I stream on Twitch once or twice a week now. We do a video game and stream on Twitch just for fun. Hang out, shoot the shit, play video games. And I take the stream and I upload it to YouTube. So if you missed it on Twitch, you can watch it on YouTube. So also follow me on Twitch. Because two reasons. One, always good to branch out. Don't want to get stuck in a rut and do the same thing always over. So it is nice to do other things other than your normal content, but it's nice to have it in a separate location. So those that don't care about gaming don't, that's why I'm not putting game stuff on the main channel, because I know it'll annoy people. But also, if something ever happens to the YouTube, we can go to the Twitch. Because, hey, I'm live streaming. What if I open a Google window and something, you know, I open the internet browser and something naughty shows up and I get a 10-day ban on YouTube? Hey, we can go on Twitch. I'll just be streaming on Twitch because it's already set up and it's already there and you already know where it's at. What games am I playing? Baldur's Gate. The downside of streaming only a couple hours a week, because I only stream like twice a week and it's only for like 3 hours. Because I'm not a fan of people that stream like 12-hour days. Like I can't be an XQC gremlin and just stream all day because I've got a kid and a family in a house I got to do stuff with. So I can't do that. So the downside of only streaming like a couple hours a week is when you're playing a game that takes 80 hours to beat, we're still working on Baldur's Gate. We're still working on Baldur's Gate. And you get the free Twitch Prime. That's the other thing. I got to set it up still. I keep meaning to. So, did I solve the ad theft issue? Oh, geez, we figured that out years ago. Yeah, the whole AdSense thing is long resolved. I did lose out on about a year of ad revenue, which, for those that are curious, if you remember back when I first started streaming and whatnot, there were no ads. YouTube had screwed up the monetization on my channel and ads never played, so I never got AdSense. So for the first like year I was doing YouTube, I had no ad revenue. I lost out about 12 grand. Just so you're aware. I did the math one day based on my current numbers and then like interpolated based on my view count previously. Anywhere from 8 to 12,000 of ad revenue I lost. No compensation. When do I fly out for Smurf? Wednesday. Wednesday. That's a lot of pekk. That is a lot of pekk. Way to go, Team YouTube. Yeah, basically, my channel, just like from the time I was able to be monetized to like a year later, I never got ad revenue. I basically lost out a couple million in views and whatnot. So don't forget to eat some meat pies. I don't know. I'm going to be eating a lot of fast food. I got a feeling. Because like I land Thursday morning at like 8:30 in Heathrow. And then I got to figure out how to get to Oxford. And then I have no idea what I'm doing Thursday. Friday, there's like an event at E3D I'm going to, and a bunch of people will be in town, so obviously then. And then Saturday, Sunday is the actual event. And then literally Monday morning, I wake up and go to the airport and fly home. So you need more pekk or Ultim? I mean, if more shows up, I'll give it a try, but. I'm liking YouTube Premium, no ads. Yeah. I don't have ads either on YouTube. It's really nice. Yeah, that Benchy's looking. It's actually, remember too, we got no part fan. Ultim 1010. I have a spool of Ultim 1010 already. We tried that. The front fell off. Although, we might try it again. I can't remember who. Somebody's sending me a dehydrator, like an actual proper filament dehydrator. So I'm hoping that can dry out the Ultim a bit. They have Ultim 1010, but it's like wet. So we need to retry the Ultim. Give that another go, I think. What time are we at anyways? 10:30. Like the light blue of the glass filled? Yeah, the glass filled nylon is actually a really nice material. Is the chamber actively heated? No, it is not. However, I have a several pound chunk of metal that is at 120 degrees Celsius, along with a bunch of fans circulating air inside the chamber. So you see a chamber temp there of 51. That's not accurate. The chamber temp is closer to 70. If I were to get the most speed out of an ender, how would you go about it? What mods? Don't be concerned with speed. Get yourself a better hot end, get yourself a better extruder, and put clipper on it. Those are the three things I would do to an ender. and that's about it. The 350 workstation in chat. Let me take a look here. An E5 2690 V4. Ooh. 28 cores. Oh my god, 28 core processor. That's got to be E5 2690 V4. E5 2690 V4. That's got to be one of the is that a 14 nanometer? It is a 14 nanometer. 14 cores, 28 threads, 14 nanometer. It's also 135 watt. Oh, dual Xeon. So you got 2 of them. I don't want to know what your power bill is running that thing, man. I don't want to know what your power bill is running that thing. Like, don't get me wrong. 56 logical processors is cool, but ooh, ooh, that's a spicy meatball. That's a server. That's the thing. Like people like when I was sourcing parts for this build, right? Oh, just get an old server. Get an old server. The problem is this computer is on all the time. I leave this computer on all the time because at any point I come out to the garage to do something on the printers, and I need this computer here because I don't control any of my printers with their screens. I use I use the computer, so I keep the computer on all the time. So a modern processor that can go into like that low power mode when it's just idling is great. 120 a month with the printers, jeez. My power bill during the summer is anywhere from 180 to 220. That's with all the printers, air conditioning, and all that. It's like people that every now and then people ask me, "Oh, can I just use an old laptop to run or an old desktop to run Clipper?" Yeah, you can dig out that old Core 2 Duo and put Clipper on it, and it'll run the printer fine. But then you also are paying for that. The power draw of a Pi 3 is a Pi 4, but the power draw of a Pi 3 is going to offset the cost of just digging out, like if you're like, oh, just, you know, I'll use that old computer I have instead of buying a Raspberry Pi, and then you run that printer for a year and the power costs are more than the cost of buying a Pi. You're also in a 1,000 square foot. Apollo, my house, it's an 1,100 square foot ranch I live in. Now, granted, it's a raised ranch, so it's 1,100 square feet on 2 floors. So it's 1,100 and 1,100 in the basement, because you don't count, when you say the square footage of your house, you just say the main floor and the upstairs. You don't count the basement. But since mine is a raised ranch, the basement isn't really a basement, but you still don't count it. So it's like, I've got an 1,100 square foot footprint of house, basically. Running 10 printers constantly, $217 monthly electric bill. Oof, 200 with AC. Yeah, I'm also in Canada, where our power should not be as expensive as it is, considering it's all nuclear and hydro, but it is. With a miner running and the power company thought something was wrong. They never seen a speed emitter. Oh yeah, people running mining rigs. That's why people who run mining rigs, like a lot of them use like, they'll actually put like power generation on site. Like they'll try and, what is it? They were buying old hydroelectric plants for a while there, so they could use the water for cooling and power. Power bill is 300 without printers. Ooh, oh, oh. Layer adhesion is going to be terrible. Pekk in 75C chamber. No, we printed a partial benchy yesterday. We had a filament jam, like a filament feed jam, Like we've resolved it, so it shouldn't happen again. But we had a filament feed jam. So we printed a benchy, and I smashed it with a hammer, and it deformed. Like, it didn't break due to layer adhesion. Like, it smashed. You can see it smashed. But it didn't break along layer adhesion lines. It didn't break along those layer lines. It smashed because I smashed it with a hammer. And then we tried to set it on fire, and it didn't burn, so. But the reason I'm printing this hook here is so I can try and hang off something and see if it'll support my weight. Try having a 400 gallons of aquarium to heat my printers going. You're crazy. I had a neighbor that was into saltwater aquariums for a little bit. Oh God, you guys are crazy. Aquarium people are crazy. Y'all are nuts. It is, I'm getting like a draft in here. Why is it so cold in here? I got the heater going. Is it the garage? It's the garage door, damn it. Yeah, I gotta take care of that shit. Yeah, oh my God. Yep, I gotta insulate that garage door pretty quick, pretty soon. There's a few gaps in the seal. Like when the garage door closes, there's a few gaps. So there's like a little bit of a breeze coming in. And then also, you put your hand on the door, you can feel the coolness coming off of it. What's the chamber temperature? I don't know. Last time I put a thermometer in there, it does get up to around, it gets above 60. It gets above 60, it probably gets close to 70. This temperature that you're seeing there for chamber is not accurate. That is just a random thermistor I shoved in there. You can actually see it right there. That little blue wire is the thermistor, and I don't think it's accurate. Show us behind the scenes. I mean, there's what's behind the scenes? There, hey, it's garage door. It's cold on it. My car is on the other side of that. There's my garage door. There's you can see a bag of dog food that I grabbed at Costco the other day that I need to bring inside. There's my fridge and my freezer. Movie magic, kids. If it's not on in frame, it doesn't exist. Haven't seen Doggo? Doggo's inside. Run a fridge, deep freezing garage. Oh yeah, so what you do as a proud Canadian, what you do is when we got the house, that was the fridge that was in the kitchen, and it's ancient. So we bought a new fridge, and then your new fridge becomes your old fridge becomes the beer fridge. And then you get a bunker freezer, because the problem is with using your beer fridge, most fridges, like if you have a fridge that's a fridge and a freezer, most freezers won't work in the garage in the winter because the temperature probe is on the outside, so the freezer doesn't turn on in the winter, and all your stuff will defrost and it gets all moldy. It's bad. We found that out the first year. So you need to get like an actual freezer that's rated for being outside if it's in your garage, if your garage gets below freezing. He's alive. Yes, I am. I gave up a garage parking spot in Canada for 3D printer. Live from New York. I never parked a car in here. So this is a 1.5 car garage. It's 15 feet wide and 20 feet deep. We never parked a car in here because we have a 2-car driveway. So let me fire up some advanced graphing software here. So here is my garage. Okay, so this is my garage. Here is my driveway. Okay. Here is a super annoying sidewalk that goes across my front yard. So because the super annoying sidewalk goes across my front yard like this, when we park a car, they park like this. Okay, not to scale, but gives you the idea. So the problem is, you can park a car in the garage but the other car has to be like right at the edge of the driveway, pretty much backed up all the way so it's almost on the sidewalk. Because remember, you can't block a sidewalk. You're not allowed to block a sidewalk. If you have a sidewalk going through your driveway, you can't park it and block the sidewalk. It's like illegal. You're not supposed to. So you have to like have the one car parked like back here, and you have to like do like an S turn around it to get into the garage. And then what happens is if you park in the garage and the other person comes home from work late and they park and they're a little too far up and you try to get out, you can't. It's annoying. You can do it. I've done it. It's just, it's too much of a pain in the butt. So, and only one of us can park in the garage. So we kind of gave up on it. Much easier if you're backing it, but it's still the same thing. It's just annoying. It's just an annoying thing. So we don't bother parking in the garage. Plus, you guys saw what was happening with me running the entire channel out of the room in the basement and like how cramped that was getting. So I sacrificed the garage for the shop. How's the roof bridging? It looks pretty good. It's hard to say. We won't be able to know until we open it up. Check out the benchy roof. I mean, it looks like I'm seeing the same thing you guys are seeing. I can't open it up. So. The garage is becoming cramped as well. It's actually a lot better. The garage is cramped because I haven't cleaned it. I've got all the boxes because we built like 3 printers in a row. So I have like a bunch of like the boxes just kind of sitting here that I got to go through because I still have like leftover parts and whatnot. What I need to do is clean, like organize everything now. Like the room downstairs needs, I need to like shut myself off from the world, take some Adderall and like just go downstairs and organize that room and sort it out. Cause it's like been a complete mess since I moved out to the garage. So do we finish the VZ-Bot? Yes and no. The VZ-Bot's on the shelf. You can't see it because this printer's in the way. It's on the shelf. I'm printing with it. It's just we haven't enclosed it yet. We will be doing that after Smurf at some point. I wanted to get it built and up and running before enclosing it because I wanted to make sure everything was good before I enclosed it. So we're at the point it just needs to be enclosed. We just haven't gotten to it yet. About to buy a nice kitchen worktop stainless steel. Just make sure it doesn't vibrate. What's my opinion on 9mm gantry belts for a Trident? I think there's a mod now to do it on a Trident, especially if you're only doing like 250 or 300, not really worth it. If you're going 350 or if you're doing a custom bigger size, maybe. But like I've got a Trident with 350, like a 350 Trident with 6mm belts on the XY, and I've never really noticed an issue. Is that an adult beverage? It is, but I'm all out of whiskey, so I'm gonna have to steal my wife's stuff. What's the cost of this benchy? $5. Could I list some of the pros, cons for Voron, rat rig, Hevort? I've never built a Hevort, so I have no idea. Rat rig versus Voron. If you're building a stock size Voron. If you need something bigger than a stock size Voron, build a rat rig. That's kind of my saying. If you want to build big, build a rat rig. If you want to build 300 and smaller, go with a Voron. That's kind of my personal opinion based on the printers I've built. Maybe enable part cooling for the smokestack? No, not gonna risk it. $5 only buy you 15G of the filament. Yep, and the benchy is about 12 grams, I think. And then you factor in a little bit of wastage for the skirt and the brim and the raft. And then also the purge and whatnot. Yeah, about $5. But then time, because you know, as a wise scholar once said, time is money, friend. But we're almost done. We're almost done. You fine 600. I've never done that, so I have no idea. I made the Adderall joke just because, but not my thing. Although the wifey does have some of these Smirnoff Ice. Ooh, or do I? Ooh, I completely forgot I had this. So I'm looking in the fridge. Not only do I have a ton of chocolate in the fridge, I've got apple cider, hard apple cider, 6.1% alcohol. I'm gonna save this for the wifey. We're gonna have that with the wifey because she likes the apple cider. We're gonna save that. I do have chocolate. I'm not gonna touch the chocolate. Yeah, we'll have one of these. We'll go with Smirnoff. I'll try this blue raspberry. Go with this. So this is blue raspberry and blackberry. Smirnoff Ice. Okay. Asking for heartburn? Eh. If it was earlier in the night, I have other things in the fridge, but... Almost done. Almost done. We're on the smokestack. Getting heartburn. I don't know. I don't mind drinking the sugary drinks. I just can only have like one or two. Anything more than that, and it's just like, nope. Get the gut rot. TJ Green, you are a soldier. Was. I don't do that anymore. Almost done. That's actually not looking too bad. It's looking a lot more consistent than yesterday. Having it chill in the chill. Leaving it in the dehydrator for pretty much a full 24 hours helped a lot. Wear that hat in public? No, I don't actually wear this hat in public. I wear this hat when I do YouTube stuff and when I go to events. I don't actually wear this hat out in public. I have a few times and nobody's ever said anything. But I normally don't wear it out because I'll be honest, I don't wear this style hat. This is a flat brim hat that I've kind of bent a bit because I don't like flat brims, because when I got this hat, the store didn't have like dad hat style hats. That's the hat I normally wear, like normal baseball caps with like the curve. So my normal daily hat is actually the LTT dad hats. I've got like 2 or 3 of them because for a while, if you bought anything on the LTT store, you got a free hat. So I have like 2 or 3 of the dad hats that I wear. Was the model for your stealth burner resin shroud scaled? No. There's a new Doctor Who out. Doctor Who is one piece for British people. Do I know what the benefits of the Leviathan board? Integrated drivers is the big point. Integrated drivers, better cooling, and all the connectors you would want for a standard Voron. Doctor Who went... Let's be honest, Doctor Who has never been uphill. Like, Doctor Who was shit for like 50 years, and then came back and was kind of okay. And then it's kind of like just going back to the normal. It's Doctor Who. It's One Piece for British people. One Piece is Doctor Who is One Piece for British people. Yeah, the smokestack's a little smoky. Okay, I am going to leave the bed. Or actually, no. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:50. Yeah, we're gonna let it all cool down. I'm not gonna try and get another print going. This is the one printer that I don't like running by itself. Like, because of the temperatures this machine runs at and the material and whatnot and what's happened in the past, I don't run this machine unattended. So since it's like 4 o'clock, I'm not gonna run another print on this tonight. It's a little A little late. Yes, I'm putting on welding gloves because I don't want to wait for the bed to cool. Okay, so we're gonna crack it open and just kind of let it cool for a bit, and then I'll take it out. Yeah, finished the print without the front falling off. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I forgot our good luck charm. There we go. I forgot the good luck charm for the print. How hot did I print? 380 degrees Celsius on the nozzle. You can see the temperature chart right there. Starting to drop though because we're back to room temp. Print Delrin next. I don't have any Delrin, unfortunately. Is that max? That's the print fell off, or the front fell off guy. When I went to the studio in Cardiff and I got to go in the TARDIS, it was 3 floors tall. What are you talking? The TARDIS is like this big. It's like, isn't it like this big? Can you print Delrin? Delrin is a isn't Delrin a brand name for another plastic? Oh, that's... Oh yeah, that's stuck to the bed. Okay, where's my welding gloves? That actually looks okay, other than the smokestack being a bit melty. I'll take it. I'll take it. I love scotch, $2. Yes, I do love scotch. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I probably should have dropped that layer time for the smokestack, but let's be honest. That's not really a detail you would normally print with this material. Like, with pekk, you print this. You don't print this. I mean, I could put this... Oh no, I'm not gonna go through all that. Like, I'll just open the garage door and throw it outside where it's like -2 out. Let that cool down. It's like the cocoa press. With the cocoa press, you have to know and realize that, hey, I'm printing with chocolate. I should only print things that print good when printing in chocolate, and not try and make it do stuff that it really shouldn't. You kind of have to take that philosophy with pekk too. Okay, let's get some pictures of this before I try and pop it off the bed. Actually, get a better picture while it's in the printer because of the lighting. Look at that lighting. Look at that lighting. Nice and low. There we go. Shit. That heated up a lot quicker than I thought it would. That heated up a lot quicker than I thought it would. A lot quicker than I thought it would. Like, that was stone cold when I put it on that bed. It's like, shit. I missed something. What happened? Of course, you know. Because this prints at hotter than the ignition temperature of a lot of materials. That's why. Most printers, I feel completely safe printing at normal use case. Like most of my Vorons I got, but this, when the nozzle is 380 degrees Celsius, I'm a little hesitant to leave it alone. Simple as that. Simple as that. Although, let me turn off the motors. Okay, motors are off. Let's make sure. Oh God. Okay, you want to know how hot it is in here? Watch. Here, we'll do this. Put that back here. I'm gonna put hot ends, like nothing's falling off the hot end, so that's good. Okay, we're gonna put that there. So I've got the temperature thermometer there. I'm gonna close it. We're gonna turn the bed back up to 120, and because we're at Nero after dark, so we're gonna be shooting the shit for a bit. We'll see how hot it actually gets in there. Can you cook chicken in it? You can cook a steak. That's actually something I do want to try on this machine at some point, is actually cook a steak. Why? Why not? Why not? So the brim should just peel off. Yeah. Okay, so the brim doesn't quite peel off, but good enough. So there's the benchy. So there's a pekk benchy. Well, I didn't play with any of the settings. So for all I know, this bonds a little yeah, I gotta adjust the Z offset for the brim settings, or the raft settings. It's sticking a little too much. And then if I remember correctly, you're supposed to anneal this too, if I remember correctly. Somehow my left earbud died on me. How the adhesion trick being cheap glue stick. Yeah. Good old glue stick. How hot would you need? An oven. You would put it in an oven. You'd put it in an oven at like 2 something probably. Okay, so how do I test how strong this is? What do I have here that I can test this with? What can I hang off of? I don't have anything I can hang off of. I've got my shelf. I can hang off the shelf. Like, okay, worst comes to worst, I end up taking this down and take all the printers with it. If that happens, clip it for content. Okay, so that's just kind of resting on there. Ah. Yeah, that held me for a second. The problem is I can't actually hold on it. I need like a rope or something. 1 second here. me see if I can find a rope. I don't know if I have any rope. Do I have any rope? Oh, I do have rope. Well, no, I don't. Shit. That's not rope. Bungee cord. Yeah, bungee cord. Bungee cord kind of works. Yeah, I'll do bungee cord. Okay, so we got 2 things of bungee cord. That kind of... That might work. Okay, we'll see if this works. I mean, worst comes to worst, I hurt myself, but as long as we get it clipped and it's content, we're good, right? As long as it's content. Okay, pekk clip, hanging off that. I got a bungee cord hanging off that, so I can kind of hang on to it. Nope. Okay, so that broke, but it held most of my weight. That took a lot of weight. And it broke. Oh yeah, we printed this week. I forgot, we printed this week. This is only like 2 walls and 15% infill. Content. Okay. Maybe I should have printed it a little bit stronger, because we didn't print this strong at all. That means so bad, man. Bungees are hella dangerous. Well, that's why I held it tight. Nothing hit me. I'm good. Damn Tubby. I'm not fat, I'm just big boned. More walls, more power. Yeah, this should have been more walls and more infill. I forgot that this wasn't printed at the beefcake settings. But still, like, you could tell, looking at the way it broke, like, it didn't break on layer lines. It broke structurally where it's like weak, not along the layer lines, which is not something you would see on like PLA or PETG. So this is a 18-ounce ball peen, I think. Oh, it does crack. Yeah. Look at it, like, this is not normally how 3D printed plastic fails. And even then, like, snapping it, like, that's stiff. And we still got the benching. Okay, that was fun. So let's do one of these. Desktop, preview. 2 of those. Because the last time it broke like right here. This is 24 grams. Oh my God. That's like a $10 hook. Infill pattern change the strength? Yes, but no. And by the way, I am gonna print these tonight. These are gonna print tonight. We're gonna let it print. I just wanna see how hot this chamber gets. So you guys wanna do a giveaway? You guys wanna do a giveaway? Let's do a giveaway. Wheel of names, there we go. Okay, so every stream we give away a spool of filament from Polymaker. this is a stream, so we're gonna give away a spool of filament from Polymaker. So you have until 11:10 to enter. So you have 4 more minutes. So I'm gonna turn the light off now, so people know it's time for Nero After Dark. Move that over there, move that over there, turn the lights off, there we go. So you've got like 3 minutes to enter for your chance to win some Polymaker filament. So do this now. Discord, what about Discord? Did you guys clip it? Okay, that. Oh, you guys didn't clip it. I'd love to see. Are you kidding? Yeah, are you kidding? I didn't see that message. Oh wait, no, I saw it. Are you kidding? Would love to see how strong that hook is. Yeah, I saw it. It just sometimes, like, I'll be honest, sometimes I just miss it. I'm sorry. Also, it is really dark. Why is it so dark? Oh, because I gotta move this. One second. Move the light over here. There we go. Gotta get that side profile lighting. There we go. Did anyone clip? How did that turn out? Can somebody clip? Because somebody posted a picture of me trying it, but nobody clipped me actually doing that. I got mood lighting. Jason, you missed it. I almost took a hook to the face, but we were testing out the pekk hooks. Everyone say hi, Jason, in chat. You know, for how little material was in this hook, it actually was surprisingly strong. Like, even right now, like, I can't crush this with my hand. Like, I can't. I'm gonna post that on Twitter, actually. Nope, that's not how you spell CNC Kitchen. CNC Kitchen. There we go. Ooh, Vitaly, $20. Cheers, appreciate it. I don't know why my headphones are dying on me already. They should not be dying on me already. There we go. You're in the Discord now. Woo! Okay, let's do this giveaway. Let's do this giveaway. If you didn't enter, you'll get another chance on Tuesday. So the stream on Tuesday, I have no idea what we're doing yet, because I got Smurf coming up. I got to try and finish editing the video for the Cocoa Press, and you guys know I hate editing. So I got to try and get that done over the next 3 days. I got to finish getting everything ready for Smurf. I got some stuff I got to do around the house and whatnot before that. So we're gonna be a little like it's just gonna be a chill stream, kind of like what we did tonight, only a little bit less planned. Give me a number between LDO and motors. Jason, cheers, 1999. Curious about how you guys Thanksgiving back at Black Friday. Somebody grabbed some LDO stuff from the resale. So I'm not American, so a lot of those holidays and deals I don't even look at because I can't take part in them. 5, yeah, sure. So between LDO Motors and Jason is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's gonna be this person. It's gonna be, oh, wait, we got it, where is it? Right there. It's gonna be them. It's gonna be them. Aw. One day. But for now, it's Darren. Darren 13. Congratulations, Darren 13. Let me pull you up here. There we go. So congratulations, Darren. You will get an email from me after the stream ends with information on how to collect your information or collect your filament from Polymaker. So cheers and congratulations. Slab would be a nice quick. I gotta finish printing everything, and I haven't printed a lot of the stuff because I've not been in a batch printing mood. Upload and print test hook. Did I put the bed back in the printer? I did. Okay. It's fun to check to make sure you put the bed in the printer. Check Discord. Okay. Oh, you did clip it. That's actually not bad. Oh, can I, oh, I can't slow it down. Oh, no, you can slow it down. So let's see. Right? Oh, can you, oh, you can't skip ahead frame by frame on these. It did hit me in the face. Like, no, I'm gonna pull on it and it's gonna lift me. Oh. I have lost a bunch of weight. Okay. Well, we tried. We tried. By the way, the bed's heating up. We're printing again. I'm going to let this print overnight. Worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst. Printing the test hook. Oh yeah, the thermometer's in the printer. Shit. Yeah. So, you know, the temperature probe is reading 47. This already jumped up to 55. Well, actually, it was 56. It's already cooled down. It's cooling down already. So, and 10% humidity, so that's good. Actually, pull that string off while we got it. There we go. That one. There we go. Apply a new glue stick. It should be okay. Was that a lot? Yeah, this is C920. Bed should be hotter than the sensors by the wall. Notice that with the Trident. Yeah, that's why it's hard to get an accurate chamber temperature in a printer, is because where your thermistor is not right over the bed. Like the hottest area of the printer is gonna be right, like what we used to do back in the day to get a good idea of how hot your printer is you heat soak your printer for like an hour and whatever your hot end temperature reads. Four walls. This is 5 walls, 5 top, 5 bottom, 45% infill. So 5 walls, 5 top, 5 bottom, 45 infill. Yeah, just grid infill. Just grid. Nothing fancy. Layer height, 0.25 layer height. 0.25 layer height. Why aren't you using your VZ bot? Is it not an enclosure? It's, yeah, the VZ bot's an enclosure. Or actually, no, the VZ bot's not enclosed yet. The rat rig's enclosed, but this is my higher temp machine. That's why you see the see all the fancy insulation. This is the machine I use when I print stuff that is not PLA, PETG, ABS, or like the basic stuff. This is, no, it's not PEKK, it's pekk. Pekk. Jason, it's pekk. It's right there in the bottom of the screen. It's 3D X-Tech pekk-a CF. Go. Cooler than Ultim. Yeah, this is a lot easier to print than Ultim 1010. For those wondering, this is like, if this is baby compared to Ultim 1010. Did he miss the giveaway? You did. But this came up earlier. Somebody was mentioning a lot of the engineering grade machines. So the machines that print Ultim all day, so like the Fortis machines and whatnot, they all print on a raft. A lot of the super expensive engineering grade machines that print this kind of material, Ultim, pekk, pekk, all that stuff, they always print on a raft, or they mostly print on a raft. One, for bed adhesion, because again, it's hard to get good bed adhesion if you're printing like a good first layer. Two, that way it takes the first layer out of the equation when it comes to object geometry. So if you're printing a full plate of things, if you're running a bed mesh, remember that actually affects the geometry of your print, because you actually are adapting your first few layers on an angle to make sure it matches your bed. Well, if your bed's like this and you're printing something that needs to sit flat, if you print it on a bed like this, you know you have, you know, your bed mesh takes care of it and it prints fine. When you take it off the bed, the bottom's still gonna be crooked. So when you put it on something flat, your object's gonna be eh. So if you need to print something that's guaranteed geometrically accurate across a whole bed, printing on a raft is a valid solution. Mesh fades though, that is correct. However, it still starts crooked. So if you take, you know, if we're printing this, okay, so we're printing this. If I print it on a bed that's crooked, a millimeter out, okay, from X to Y, it's a millimeter out. My V-Minion, I never balanced the bed on them. My V-Minion bed is out a millimeter. It's a 180 millimeter bed, it's out a millimeter from one side to the other. Bed mesh takes care of it though. So when you print it and it's sitting on the bed and the print's done, it's like this. But those first few layers are like this. So when it's on the bed, it's nice and straight. But the moment you take it off the bed and you put it on something flat, it sits like this. That's the problem with running a bed mesh. So when you're printing stuff that costs a couple dollars a gram on a machine that costs more than my mortgage, yeah, you print on a raft so you don't have to worry about that. So yes, mesh fades, but it still is a crooked first layer. Like in a perfect world, you don't want to be running a bed mesh because a bed mesh means the bottom of your print is not flat. Go. Did the tool head melt? Nope. The tool head's actually holding up pretty dang good. Yeah, the tool head's actually holding up pretty good. But with a properly trimmed mic 6 bed, is it really a big concern? No, but remember, you're not printing on a mic 6 bed. You're printing on a mic 6 bed that has a layered adhesive on it, that has a magnet on it, that has a spring steel flex plate on it, that has a layer of adhesive on it, that has a sheet of PI on it. And stacking tolerances is a thing. Also, if you always print in the middle of the bed, you can dish the middle of the bed over time, just because material wears and whatnot. It's not so much big of an issue now that we have flex plates, but back in the day when you used to have to pop your prints off the bed with your spatula, back in the day when you just took your PI sheet and you glued it right to the bed, and when your print was done, you went in there with your spatula and you're like, eh. Well, after doing that several dozen times, you actually kind of dish your bed, and it's something we noticed on borons. Is because we used to run that 1 millimeter thick sheet of PI directly on the bed. Over a couple of years, you dish that. When you resand it, when you refinish it, you dish that bed, and it's no longer flat. Could you print this on an X1C? No. One, it's 390 degrees. The X1 doesn't get above 100 or 300. So this is 390 degrees. You can't, the X1 doesn't get hot enough. Does it print on G10? I don't know, maybe. Am I gonna print some printer parts? Maybe, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. I might not, we'll see. A pekk stealth burner for toasty. The problem is I would have to redo the entire tool head on this to put it, like, this is V1.8. Toasty or stealth burner isn't officially supported on this printer. I think I can get stealth burner on here relatively easily. I would have to use one of the beta versions of it because this also has dual MGN9, not a single MGN12. Also, it's not like the part cooling fan on this machine really does anything. So the better part cooling that stealth burner gives you isn't really needed. Yeah, this is an afterburner. I just hit 7,000 print hours. What the heck are you printing that you are at 7,000 hours on that machine? Also, how are the carbon fiber rods holding up? What is the rest of the printer? So if you're looking at this printer, so the majority of it is a polycarbonate, like the XY joints and whatever. Most of that's polycarbonate with carbon fiber. I can't remember the percentage. It's like PCCF 15%, I think. The tool head is a mixture of CF nylon, some polycarbonate, and the blue is high temp nylon, 25% glass fiber. If you were to print a tool head and pekk, could you even use heat sets? Probably. Would a number 25 chain work on a high temp printer? What do you mean number 25 chain? Like, are you talking like a metal chain? Like, what? Did you go glass filled for the blue portion just because you ran out of CF? No. I went glass filled because Fadis is like, hey, you want to try this shit out? And I'm like, cool. And they sent me a bunch of it. So Fadis actually sent me like a goodie bag, a bunch of their like more exotic materials. And I just went through and I'm like, this is the material that will probably hold up to temperature the best. So I printed it in this, but now I have pekk. Like literally the front fell off this machine. Like we literally melted the front tool head off with the original test of this printing Ultim with a mosquito. So I was like, okay, what material do I have will last the longest? And the blue material or the blue plastic is what I have. So it's like, okay, I guess we're using that. My X1 season for the work system rods seem okay. Don't really have an inspection, but I haven't lost any quality of the prints. There you go. Z rods seem to have the most wear, and then the belts. How do you get wear on Z rods? They're Z. They just go up and down slowly. Money is no object for on all parts printed in NASA on one of their laser printers. I can print parts out of Inconel. Well, that wouldn't be that you would want to get Velo. If you're printing stuff with Inconel, you want to talk to the folks at Velo. They're the only company that I know that I have experience with, at least that I know, that would be able to do that. Ooh, I am tired. Holy shit. I am tired. Wow. Everything wears. Everything is a consumable given enough time. Probably skipping the loom maintenance. Yeah, I do that too. Let's be honest, we all do. They just put that there so when it fails, they can go, oh, we told you to fix it. Okay. I may be ending the stream soon because I'm actually getting kind of tired. Yeah. Why are we printing? Nicholas! Nicholas! My sweet summer child. I mean, if you were printing something that was 50 cents a gram, that was super picky and extremely temperamental, you would print slow too. At least for the first layer, to make sure the first layer goes down good. Because if, you know, what's the point of rushing a first layer when if you rush it and it fails, you have to start over? Just send it. We tried that. It doesn't work. Would 25 metal chain work? What's good? I'm going to say no. I've never done metal chain in a printer ever, so. Like, it does get a little bit faster after the first layer. It's just the first layers are slow, which it kind of is what it is. Print solder for the walls. Yeah, so we just get my solder here, and we're just gonna feed this in the back of the printer now. We do the giveaway, so we're doing the exact same content that we did before the giveaway, but we went from 461 people down to 346. Does a $20 spool of filament drive engagement that much? Like, seriously? A $25 spool of filament drive engagements that much, I guess. Yes, it does. I mean, I guess people make entire careers out of just giveaways, so let's be honest. The week we're called. You don't even have to be here to claim the prize. Exactly! Can't hate the printer chow. Yeah, printer chow is always good. Or try 0. The Trident might get converted to a Tridex. Mr. Beast thinks that. Well, that's Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast plays. Let's be honest. None of us are in the same ballpark game as Mr. Beast. Once the hook snapped. Well, to be fair, the hook was not printed at structural settings, and to be fair, I had to pull on that thing with all my weight to get it to break. Let's be honest. Like, yeah, it snapped pretty easy. I'm 190 pounds. I'm 190 pounds pulling on it, and it snapped. And even then, I had to pull on it. That, and this is my Saturday night work entertainment. Oh, there you go. You know what's funny? Like, I personally, like, now that the only reason I still do the Saturday night stream is because it's the Saturday night stream. It's the stream that started this channel. Like, the whole live streaming thing was Saturday night streams. That's what started this whole thing. And now I'm like, I kind of don't want to do them anymore. Like, I like doing them, don't get me wrong. But like, this is now like my least viewed stream compared to the Tuesday and the Friday stream. Like, this went from being the only stream I did to being the least viewed one. I would love to see qualitative comparisons of pekk and other filaments. In that case, riffraff, you're gonna have to watch another YouTube, because I don't do that shit. I personally don't have the time or the patience to sit there and do like the fun charts where I print like 20 different hooks and do all the measuring. I just go, yeah, this material is super Gucci and it's awesome and it's better than anything I have. How much better? I don't know, but it's better. It didn't clog. It didn't clog. So what happened last time? The filament broke. The PTFE tube that I had feeding it was way too tight, and I think it either jammed on the spool or broke in the tool head. Both things happened, but I don't know which one happened first. So the filament broke in the tool head, but that might have happened when I was trying to take the filament out, but it also jammed on the spool. So that's what caused the fail last time, was the filament jammed. Like, the feeding of the filament jammed. So it didn't jam in the actual nozzle, the feeding of it failed. We've sorted that out. We've got some looser PTFE tube. We got 3mm ID stuff instead of the tight stuff. And then we also played around with the spool so it's not popping off the edge anymore. We have Stefan for that work. Exactly. Like, anytime a product, like, I've got an E3D high temp in here. As far as I'm aware, no other YouTuber has done a video on E3D high temp. And I'm not going to do one because I can't sit there and do that super technical video where you just print a bunch of test pieces and do charts and graphs. I can't do that. That's not the kind of content I like doing, so I don't do it. So somebody will, and then once somebody does that video, when somebody asks me, it's like when people come up to me, hey, can you do a video on how to do this with an ender? I'm like, perfect, I can help you. Okay, what I'm going to tell you to do is go on YouTube and watch a Chep video. I don't like double dipping on content. So if I know a content creator has already kind of done something or done an instruction on something, I'll just refer to them instead of doing my own take on it. So. Like, personally, like, the kind of stuff I like doing on my channel is the exploratory stuff. So like the videos at ERF and MERF and, like, you know, taking a look at stuff at events and going places. I like doing that. I like building printers. I like showing off what printers can do. But when it comes to like reviews, I hate doing reviews. Personally, I hate doing reviews because they're so subjective. And like, let's be honest, I can get my Tico to print a better benchy than this thing, depending on the slicer settings I use. So it's like, hey, here's this printer. Here's the spec sheet. Here's a bunch of benchies that I printed. But biggity boggity boo, it's done. Like, I can't do that. Watch me for the hot takes. Yeah, hot takes. We need to take one of those hooks to Smurf for Stefan. I'll take one of the hooks to Smurf. I'll take one of the hooks to Smurf. If I remember. Google signed you out. Well, sign back in. And don't forget to like that smash button. I can't do squat on specific slicer setting. I've been pretty lucky. Orca Slicer default settings for pretty much every printer I've used it with are pretty dang good. And you reach out to. I've talked to Stefan before. I've like, you do know all the YouTube content creators in 3D printing. We all hang out in a super secret Discord, right? We all have our own. We have like a club that we all hang out and talk to each other. I'm kidding. Talk to Stefan at Open. I so want to go to Open Source this year. And by this year, I mean 2024. Because, like, I've been... Okay, this is... You want to know what's breaking my brain? Is I am realizing so many of the content creators that I watch are younger than me. And it is breaking my brain. Because, like, I'm 35, right? I grew up on the internet, right? Like, I've had a YouTube account since 2006. April 2006, I created my YouTube... Or May, I can't remember. April or May 2006. So I've been watching YouTube since forever. So there's like content creators that I watch that it's like, you know, I've been watching them for 5, 6, 7 plus years. And then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, I'm 33. And I'm like, holy fuck, you're younger than me. And it like breaks my brain that I don't know what it is. It's maybe when you're younger, you assume everyone you see on TV is older than you. And you just kind of keep that in your head. And then you get to a point where it's like, you're older than the people you're watching. That happened to me. Like, that's been happening to me a lot. And it's like breaking my brain. Because I was like, what was it? Open Sauce is William Osmond, who I've been watching since like early days of William Osmond. Back when, like, before his house burned down and whatnot. So yeah, so I really want to go to Open Sauce. Every YouTube creator is younger. Yeah, it's like Mr. Beast is like, what, 22 or something stupid like that? I'm like, holy... That's why we watch it. Exactly, we all watch Steve so we could feel young. Sorry, Steve. We all watch Steve so we could feel young. Laser cutter error, William Osmond. Yep, laser cutter error. Like, here, let me, where is it? William Osmond. So let's pull it up here. Don't actually watch his video so I don't get demonetized. Okay, oldest. So I started watching William Osmond literally like here. Can laser melt sand? This is what I started watching him. Was like this video 7 years ago. And then I find out the dude's 2 years younger than me. And I'm like, what the like, it's weird. Like, it was funny talking to my mom last year. When it's like, hey mom, I'm now a full-time YouTuber. And she's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, I guess. It's like, are you old for that? I'm like, I guess. I don't know. BPS Space is older than I thought. He looked 70. I don't know how old he is. What happened to Chris Rakaki? I think he's just kind of moved on to other things. It happens. People just move on to other things. Like, you notice it in hobby fields and whatnot. Just people move on to other things. It is what it is. Like, let's be honest. YouTube is a temporary game. Very few people stay on a platform and make it successful. Like, even me. I fully know this whole endeavor, whatever the heck we have going on here, is a temporary thing. Like, I know I'm not going to be 50 in doing this. I just know for now it's working, so YOLO. C design proto test has gone quiet on his Prusa apron rants. Has he been up to anything? You know what's funny? I actually used to watch his stuff. He's still beating me on subs, but I don't chase sub numbers. Yeah, like, look at this. Like, the past 2 months, you know, useful tool for making other tools, DIY tool to make your bike less tedious, making a tool with digital tools to fix another tool, right? Blade balancing hub, and like, this is good content, buddy. This is, you know, numbers ain't there, but this is, you like, you know, one creator to another. I don't bother with videos much either because the numbers aren't there. But like, this is content, buddy. Keep at it. Keep at it. Keep at the content. But the problem is the video, like, the problem is as a smaller YouTuber, videos are a, not great. There's a reason I don't do a lot of videos on my channel. I'll show you right here. I will show you right here why I don't focus on videos on my channel. Switch account, here 3D. I will show you right here. View your channel. Okay, so let's take a look at my 3 most recent videos, okay? 4 most recent. So the Magneto X, the E3D, and this one. These 3 videos took roughly about the same amount of time. Obviously, I had to go to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest and record everything, and then I went back home and I edited them. So this video, and this video took me roughly the same amount of time. Roughly half a day to edit into a final thing, make thumbnails, whatever. So we're talking probably about, you know, and recording on site, waiting. Probably each one of these videos is about 10 plus hours, roughly. All in from the time, like, thinking about it, waiting to get my take, do the recording, offloading footage, editing the footage, organizing everything, doing the thumbnail, uploading to YouTube, all that. These 3 videos probably took me about 10 plus hours each. Okay, 53,000 views, 2.6 thousand views in a month. Oof, that video did horribly. This video, I turned my camera on and ranted for half an hour and then edited it into a 10-minute video. This video took me 2 hours to do. You want to know how much money I made on these videos? Let's take a look. Okay. Magneto X, that one, that one, that one. Monetization. Analytics, there we go. So just, you know, because we're in Nero After Dark and I'm fully open to disclosure and whatnot. The Magneto X video, I made 140 bucks on it. AdSense, $140. So 50,000 views on YouTube on a video. For those playing at home, 50,000 views on YouTube will get you about 140 bucks. The Gil video, the one with Gil, the one that has 2.6 thousand views, I've made $9 on that video. $9. The E3D video, I made $30 on, AdSense wise. The rant video, that again, I spent 2 hours making the entire thing. I made $150 on, AdSense. So if you wonder why I don't focus on videos too much, it's because you spend the same amount of time on this video as this video, and you get that. Or I go live, and we have fun for 3 hours, and I make more than all these videos combined. Because the live videos, the AdSense on the live videos are completely different. It's a completely different game. It's going to be delayed a bit. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, $1 an hour, exactly. Like it's funny how little some of YouTube, like some people think YouTube pays big bucks. Not really. Okay, let's find a stream. Okay, let's go analytics. Okay, that one. No, let's not do that one. What's a good video? Let's go Cocoa Press. Yeah, let's go with the Cocoa Press. Okay, so part 1 of the Cocoa Press build series. Revenue. Yeah, the Cocoa Press, the part 1 of the, I'm not going to show that number because it's got donations on it. And I don't want to show people's names and what's not. The Cocoa Press video, the part 1 of the Cocoa Press made me more than any of those videos combined. And required, obviously, like, it requires the pre-work. but the actual live work is like I'm live for 3 hours. So. How many walls this time? We're doing 5 walls, 5 top, 5 bottom, 45% infill. You can pay some big bucks, but you gotta have a niche. Yeah, and it also depends on the type of ads, because not all videos get the same type of ads. You need to remember that. Also, right now I'm kind of dealing with bullshit. Normally I play synthwave. Right now there's a company that's creating bullshit copyright claims for the a bunch of that music, a bunch of Stream Beats music. So here's the thing, you dispute them. You hit dispute and you say, hey, the people claiming this aren't the actual creators of the music. It's Stream Beats giving my money. So the problem is they wait 30 days and then they release it. So for 30 days, I'm not making any AdSense on any stream I've done in the past like 2 weeks. That's why we're playing the lo-fi. If you notice, I've been playing different music than I normally play on my streams. It's because all my AdSense on those streams is being held for 30 days. I'm gonna get it. I will get it. It's just delayed 30 days. It's like, yay, great. Just what I need to see before Christmas. And Teaching Tech has 480. Teaching Tech has 480? Good for him. I don't really watch a lot of Teaching Tech just because his videos are aimed more at like intro level stuff. But like I've got nothing against him. He makes solid content. Now I know why LTT became a cartoon farm. Volume is the only thing that makes money pre-recording YouTube content. Yep. How do I word this? My RPM, my revenue per mil. RPM is a metric YouTube uses. It's revenue per mil, which is 1,000 views. RPM, mine blows content creators that are 3 or 4 times my size out of the water because I live stream. But the thing is with me, if I don't live stream, I take a huge hit. So my ROI for live streaming is much higher than if I put the same amount of time into doing a video. But if I don't live stream, I get nothing. Like that's kind of the downside of being somebody who live streams. You have to regularly live stream or you literally like lose out. LTT is more merch and sponsor content driven. Yep. And it makes totally sense at their size. Like LTT is a company of 100 plus employees. They need to make 100 plus employees worth of revenue every year or they're not a company anymore. Like I know a lot of people harp on LTT for their type of content. Not all of it I find entertaining, but it's entertaining content. And you have to make a certain amount of money to keep 100 plus people employed. Let's be honest. But you're getting up in sub numbers when you can get sponsors. Oh, I should be. I am horrible for not being a shill. Like I use the term shill like as a non-offensive term in this case. When was the last time you guys, like the only sponsored content I've done this year, the Hedamames, Hedamame reached out and they wanted to sponsor the video. So the Hedamame video was sponsored. Hedamame paid me to do that. You know I was gonna do it anyways. So the Hedamame video was sponsored, or the live stream was sponsored. And the events I went to, I had sponsors to cover my travel expenses to the events that I went to this year. That's it. I don't do ad reads. I don't do sponsors. I don't have shit flying all over my screen throughout the entire stream saying buy this product now. On the downside, I'm leaving money on the table, but on the upside, I can say what I want. So it's kind of like one of those things. How do we do donate if you want to? Links in the description. Consider becoming a channel member, Patreon supporter. You can donate to the PayPal directly, Nero3dp@gmail.com. But not many people do that. I don't even know if I have that set up as a bot to remind people of that. But that's about it. Do content claim people just dump a bunch of claims on YouTube for balls. So Space Elf Downlink, the way it works is if you are a company, this is not something I can do. So if some random company, because I can pull it up here as part of my YouTube like channel dashboard, I could pull up copyright, and I could see here, removal requests. Yeah, it's been a while, but I could see here that a company, a YouTube channel a little while ago tried to take one of my shorts and re-upload it. And what I can do is I can go ignore, or I could say, take that down. That's it. Those are the only options I have. It's either take it down, make a copyright strike against them, or ignore it. Companies have the option of a third option, which is take the ad revenue. Okay, so companies like Sony, BMG, UMG, or whatever it's called, Universal, like the media companies, the big established media companies, they have a special deal with YouTube where they basically upload their content to YouTube's copyright ID system. So Sony takes all the catalog of music they own, they upload that to the AI in YouTube, and that AI now sits there and goes, we have this list of all this music, and they keep an eye out for it. So if Spotify suddenly keels over and plays some Mariah Carey as part of this Christmas set list, whoever owns Mariah Carey's content will go, oh shit, we can take his AdSense, and they'll take my AdSense. There are companies that fraudulently do that. There are companies that, a lot of them seem to be from Latin America. That's just from what I see from the names that I get on these emails. They basically take like Stream Beats or an established music catalog that isn't already on the AdSense program. So they take open source stuff or like stuff that isn't already on the system. They'll upload it, claim it as their own, and try and take your ad revenue. So you can fight it, and it's easy to fight because they don't have a ground to stand on. But the thing is, for them, if we make all these automatic claims, because they're all automatic, it doesn't cost them anything to make the claim. If we make a claim and 9 out of 10 people dispute it, that means 1 out of 10 people, we're making their money off them, and we're not doing anything. So that's kind of, annoying, because I can't do that. If some random content farm channel takes a bunch of my 3D printing clips and tries to use them, I can tell them to stop or ignore it. I can't take their money, but Sony can take their money. So, do I say anything offensive though? I wouldn't say I said anything offensive. I partake in a drink or two on stream, and I'm a little loose with my language every now and then. But Bamboo, I'm on their shit list, and a few other things. Can Mr. Beast do it? Mr. Beast might be at the level he may be able to. It's like how people think there's YouTube reps. For some reason, that's like an old thing where people think every YouTube content creator has a YouTube rep. I don't have a YouTube rep. I have nobody to speak it to at YouTube. If something goes wrong on my channel, I don't have a YouTube rep. Now, luckily, I've kind of lucked out because there's some people that happen to, because people who work at companies like YouTube are nerds, and they happen to build 3D printers. So there's some people in the Voron community who are pretty high up at YouTube that have reached out and helped me in the past, like when I had my monetization issue. But I don't have a YouTube content. I don't have a YouTube rep I can reach out to. Most content creators don't. Doesn't Bamboo have a poop list, not a shit list? I see what you did there. Jeffrey, cheers for becoming a member. Can't wait to hear about the Jerry. Oh, I've been following the Casetify thing with Jerry Riggs everything over the past couple days. I'm not a huge fan of internet drama. I think it's below me, but I do love me some spicy drama every now and then. I do love me a little. Every now and then I curl up in a ball and become a drama gremlin, and I love it. I don't like doing it, but every now and then you can't resist becoming a drama gremlin. Mr. Beast probably makes enough revenue to make licensing deals with music companies if he wants to use. Oh, he's well beyond that. Mr. Beast he's loaded. The WAN show. I didn't watch. The thing is, I don't really watch the WAN show because the problem is I already have shows that I watch on Friday. I already have a stream that I watch on Fridays in the evening that the WAN show's on. So sometimes I catch the end of the WAN show, but usually on Friday I'm watching something else. So. Watch some movies, TV shows. Every now and then. I'm watching, right now, I am watching, I'm taking advantage of the fact that I have a Crunchyroll subscription. I'm watching season 2 of Goblin Slayer and Fearin. Fearin? Is that how you pronounce it? Fearin? Season 1 of Fearin? Yeah. Don't watch VODs? Sometimes. Bot Grinder Fridays. I do watch the Bot Grinder stream sometimes. Usually it's the Pay Money Wubby stream though. I've been watching Pay Money Wubby for 3+ years now. So that's usually my Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday afternoons are usually watching a Pay Money Wubby stream. So. Jerry Rig, D-Brand win. They will. The thing is, though, Casetify is a Hong Kong company, so good luck. Remember, D-Brand is a Canadian company that's partnered with an American YouTuber and is suing a Hong Kong-based company. The lawyers are going to win. That's who's going to win. Never watched streaming YouTube content until my channel. Cheers! I like streaming on YouTube. I like watching Twitch. Twitch is only good if you watch live. I view a lot of my, honestly, I don't view my streams as instructionals. I view this more as a podcast where we happen to do shit during the stream. So today on the Nero 3D show, we're doing whatever we do, but we're also on part 3 of the VZBot build, right? Like that kind of thing. That's why, you know, like right now I'm just talking. Anyone can watch this at any point. So this is why I like streaming on YouTube, because my stream becomes a video on the channel that's there forever. Twitch, people only watch Twitch. Let's be honest, the vast majority of people only watch Twitch live. Nobody watches Twitch VODs. There's a few people, but like I stream on Twitch. I know how many people watch Twitch VODs. Nobody watches Twitch VODs. Hot tub required. I don't have a hot tub. My mom has a hot tub, and one of these days I will do a stream from a hot tub, but not today. Not today. Where are we at? We're at midnight right now. Turbocharged brick. You're not correct. It's just this is the first time I'm seeing your name. So hello. Make sure you like the smash button and subscribe if you're not subscribed. East Coast. I'm in Detroit area. Put it that way. Hot tub is bad for filaments. Too much humidity. This is true. This is true. Hi, Steve. First set of parts finished. Okay. Yep. And then we tried one of the hooks, but the problem is the first print we did a benchy and a hook. The problem is we printed it at like benchy settings, so the hook wasn't too strong. So now we're printing the hook at like beefcake settings. But we're probably gonna let this finish overnight. What did we change for this print? Compared to the previous print we did early in the stream, we're just printing at more stronger settings. So 5 walls, 5 top, 5 bottom, 45% infill, where before it was like 2 walls and like 15% infill. Compared to yesterday, we have a better filament feed path with a looser Bowden tube, and we're not having the jamming issue of the spool unwinding inside of the dry box. And compared to the last time we tried an engineering grade plastic, the front's not falling off. So win, win, win. US Australians watch Twitch, or us Australians watch Twitch VODs because of the time zones. That's true, that's true. Are Polypro and PC easier to print than Pekk and Pekk? Yes. Twizzler, yes. This filament requires a hot end that's over 360 degrees Celsius. So yes, PC is a lot easier than this. Print some carabiners. I mean, technically I kind of am right now. Not really, but I am. Okay, I think we're gonna call the stream there because I am tired. Oop, I'm dropping stuff too. What did I drop? No, that's a wrench. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. Do a drinking stream with shots for keywords. You're not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to gamify drinking. At least I'm assuming it's the same on YouTube as it is on Twitch. So like, I can't drink if you guys donate. Like, you're not allowed to do that kind of thing. Defrost your breads. Joke's on you, they're already defrosted. And actually tomorrow I think I'm doing pancakes. Also, they're not being defrosted because, yeah, get over here. I've got an Polymaker and a cocoa press on the freezer already. And I don't want to move them because I don't have anywhere to move them to. Okay, so we're gonna call it there because I am tired and I want to snack before bed. So I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I posted pictures of it on Twitter already. I'll post pictures on the Discord. And when these finish, I'll post pictures as well. And hopefully they're enough to hold me up. I wanna hang from one of these. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. Again, this was just, I didn't plan on streaming tonight. I originally couldn't, so this was like last minute, so it's great so many of you showed up. So again, shout out to Polymaker for the spool of filament we gave away this stream and every stream. Link for them and more in the video description. Some of them are running Black Friday sales. They might still be on, worth checking out. And then also for those that donated to the channel, became members of the channel, or gifted memberships to others, I thank you. I would not be able to do the things I do, create the content I create without your continued support. You make it all possible. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be safe out there. Wash your hands. I will see you on Tuesday at a minimum, hopefully Friday too for a game stream. But the next couple days are going to be a little bit of a shit show because Smurf is coming up. So there is a chance the next time you see me stream will be from England, across the pond. So yeah, we're gonna call it there. Why not stream for the whole print? Because I'm going to bed and I'm not gonna let the stream run until I wake up. So yeah, we're calling it there. Be safe out there, wash your hands, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Goodbye.